Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、30、5日目です。So it is day 35. We're gonna do a little slight bump in our completing our Duolingo review of the Chinese course today, largely because today is also the after spike day. But there are actually two spike days in terms of lessons in WaniKani, right? Provided that I don't drop the ball on radicals. So in this case, today is the second spike day. So I expect today to be not as high, right, as the introduction, or the same. Although in this case, it's probably not as high because actually it could be higher. No, it can't be higher. So like most of these are going to be unlocked, right? So 15, 17, 17 plus 9, 26. And on level up day, you hit all the radicals and anything that overlapped with the previous level gets unlocked as well, right? So at most, last during the level up, we had like 36, around like 45 lessons. Now we're expecting a couple more, so we're gonna push what we're gonna do this evening to next day so I can be a little bit more rested for that, complete my ideas, give myself an evening to do so. However, for now, I'm gonna have a slightly more extended WaniKani session. I kind of want to spend a little bit more time reading these characters. We're getting to the point where the kanji characters do not have mnemonics that I have. I usually use prototypic words if they are, but there are a couple that I don't actually even have prototypic words. To give a background, since I started with Duolingo and used Duolingo for over 300 days, most of the time the way I sort my mnemonics is, since they don't break down radicals, right? I do them retroactively. Every word, every kanji that I learn first ends up being the prototypic word, and that prototypic word is used to determine the association. So, for example, hyaku is still hyaku, largely because that's usually the first time I've seen it. So hyaku is the prototypic mnemonic of this character. So when other things include this, I make a mnemonic that deals with the idea of a number or 100, right? As opposed to like looking at something like this, which is rice paddy and street, right? Which was built from the radical things. I look at this as a town, and anything remotely related to these things can be associated with a town. Or like this one, stone. Anything that has a stone can be related to a stone. However, I often did not make the attempt to create smaller radicals out of my prototypic words, unless the big asterisk is I witness the frequency of breaking up more common recurring elements. So then those eventually get names and meanings. Like this is not bed or crust. Hanzuhiro used crust. WaniKani used bed. This is ba. This is ba. So things related to ba in Chinese. And like this is kind of ye. Has something to do with assignments. This one deals with elements. So energy is pretty close to the mnemonic that I was thinking of as well. This is also, this would be characterized as also, as opposed to alligator. Things like that, like car is car because it happens to be car. Kuruma happens to be the prototypic word. So oftentimes I get to reflect upon the stuff that I think are radicals, which they ended up being radicals because of the occurrence, like car. And then things I didn't extract, largely because I stuck at the kanji level. I did not use any more radical stuff. So things that come up very, very often, enough in the beginning, end up being radicals. And in this case, WaniKani does not do that, right? These aren't sorted by their frequency or cumulative use. They are actually sorted by the other way, which I kind of appreciate. They typically prioritize the radicals that also make convenient that their kanji is not that far off and or very similar. And then those radicals tend to be named the same way. So that has alleviated a lot of the early things. I actually think this is the honeymoon period. The way WaniKani arranges their stuff. Yes, certainly. There was a little discussion yesterday asking Mattia what they meant by the first couple levels are going to be harder, right? And my thought is the first couple levels are harder, yes, for the same reason that Mattia mentioned about if you're not familiar with pictorial depictions, right? Pictograms or ideograms, people throw these words around. I'm not an expert in distinguishing if these are pictograms or ideograms, but if you're unfamiliar with this, certainly that will add to the difficulty. However, I actually think that this is a lot less difficult than one may perceive, largely because they're what is that word? Chunking. They're chunking a lot of times, and these are memory chunks. So like if this means man, then the reason a lot of times the motivation to picking man is because the kanji man or male is the same thing, right? So they are chunking in anticipation for the future, which is when these things disconnect. There will be more than one. These are going to be combinatory to the new characters. And I'm kind of transitioning on that too. However, I think because of my Duolingo use and how I was trying to juggle Duolingo stuff, by the time we get to multi-kanji things, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to rely on their mnemonic system or my prototypic system, which is to take the complex thing and then assume the kanji embodies the radical's meaning, kind of like in Chinese, where each character can embody its character, and when they combine to form a larger unit, right? Actually, I have a feeling. So there's this comparative before that you kind of do it in Chinese. In Japanese, what is it called? Agglutination. Japanese have more agglutination, so it, I might be using that word incorrectly. However, the meaning tends to morph substantially as the kanji is being modified in context with other things. In Chinese, apparently, which I haven't really thought about until now, Chinese apparently does not do that as much. So the way I was learning Japanese and remembering the characters in its like various states was efficacious for Duolingo. However, when I then started Duolingo Chinese, it was very, very useful because in Chinese, it's you might even be able to dispense of. It's probably why Kevin also called it as a component, as opposed to radicals. Like it's less radicals, in my opinion, in Chinese because the characters themselves continue to hold a lot of their meaning. So oftentimes the components in Hanza Hero feel a lot more optional than this one, right? So we'll see how that works out. I can see some interference. This is the place that I would probably find some interference at some point. There, Mattia. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. We are starting on our lesson day. So today is going to be our big kanji unlock day. So that's kind of exciting. See what I'm actually looking forward to, like contexts, like their little blips. I like the sentences and whatnot, so we'll see. How are you doing? So, lots of thoughts right now. As we graduate from like your early level stuff, I think the way they chunk is both. There are two things, two things that are opposite ends that might want to consider. Chunking is very lowers approachability. I mean, elevates approachability. When you chunk, it means you have to remember less things because they kind of overlap, right? The overlapping thing, the emphasis on overlapping, creates less and less memory. With that said, if the individual is not used to progressively overloading, as in progressively expecting more load and more complexity, then this can end up being a draining aspect. For example, if the way they design it, since they're all stacked on each other, right? In fact, this is a criticism of Hanzahiro. One of the comments from like other people who use WaniKani and started on Hanzahiro, one of the classical comments is like, why don't you make them the same? Like, why don't you call the components the same as the kanji so that you have one less things to remember? Isn't it redundant to isn't it extra work if you call your components something different from the kanji they're inspired off of, or the hanzi that they're inspired off of? And yes and no. The one thing that I concern myself with oftentimes is when someone is using these apps, right? Are they just are they barely meeting the motivation standards to keep this consistent? If they are they expecting things to get more complicated? The reason I ask this to myself and thinking about other people's shoes is I anticipate this becoming more complex. So the amount of work that I'm doing now to remember this stuff, I don't sit on it. And the question being asked here is that a smooth transition for WaniKani, right? So we'll see. We'll see when we're going through it. I obviously cannot say anything about this anymore because I didn't start from zero. In Duolingo, the transition is incredibly planned out. Like, we're not talking about it just exponentially spikes up, which for whatever reason, or actually for a lot of reasons. The reason, one of the major drivers is the honeymoon period, the beginner's gain, right? So when it comes to a growth chart, oftentimes people's growth expects to go like this, and it catches on and it just shoots up, right? Exponentially, as opposed to expecting a curve that may be a little bit more modest, right? You might see an increase rate here, and then you're going to see another a decrease because it's going to have diminished return, right? So you might see this growth phase, but I feel like when people get caught up in their beginning phase, they think it's exponential growth. Oftentimes this expects that your learning curve, this is your learning curve here. So once you learn the trick, right? You learn the trick, then your investment comes back in multiplicative dividends. Now, I'm not saying people are aware of this. My thought is when I observe someone who gets upset, unexpected outcomes, like, oh, the workload is too high, right? Becomes too high, or things become more complicated. Those things indicate to me of someone who kind of feel that this was supposed to happen, but it's more like this, where you might see a slight increase when it clicks, and then it just goes back. If not, even flattens out a lot more, because largely the initial adoption is fast. Like what I mean is it's very active. So you're learning something and then suddenly like, oh, I can use it now. I can use this system and I'm going up, and it should get faster. The harder I work, the faster it'll get. The thing is, when you get to this point, you stop learning. You have no more learning methods. Like, you're not learning a method anymore. The method does not grow. The method itself at its core no longer changes. So in fact, this region is probably your most steady state region. So you've acquired the rhythm, you acquired the routine, you acquired WaniKani's situation. So I feel it takes about a week or two to get into the groove. Like, oh, okay, this is my review day. Okay, this is my peak day. Like for me, my schedule looks like this, right? It's on a 5-day cycle, right? 5-day cycle. It's up here, then it tanks up here, tanks, and then it goes, and then level up, and then tanks, and then it's today. Today is the second peak, and that's the regular. So after going through 4 cycles, because this is level 4, it's probably 3 cycles actually, because we don't count the first one. 3 cycles. Now I'm at a steady state, as in I kind of know where things are going, and you kind of feel this stuff. So we're not talking about analyzing it, more like if someone is to intuit what the trick is, that's it. Now, usually I would suspect it goes up to the same level. Now, for someone who's barely working at their knife's edge, as in they're constantly working at their super knife edge, and they don't have any adaptive strategies or disciplines, the second peak, over time, these peaks, workload, success, will drop. And then there will be more peaks, largely due to the nature that if the content is slowly getting more and more complex, the content itself, the material is getting more complex, and you are not adapting to the content, expecting that doing the same thing is going to help you adapt to the content. That will not be the case here, in my opinion. It is unlikely to be the case, largely because the approach is static. The trick is static as you go on. The assumption, the presumption here is that you are adapting. You are adapting to the content. So if you have problem areas, you have mistakes, you're coming up with strategies that will offset those. It's inconceivable for a system that has a specific learning approach to adapt for everything, especially nuanced things that is context specific, right? In WaniKani, I think the workload graphic exponential increase, especially during the middle, but then since you adapt to the SRS system and everything, it decreases. I disagree with that, but I'm guessing what happens is not related to the factors I'm talking about here. But I disagree with exponential increase. It's more like a additive increase. There's to me, there's no way, in my opinion, it's very unlikely for the vast majority of people to see like a learning curve and an exponential and then this. I think it's more additive. So additive is like this, you know, you have a learning curve, you go your learning curve and it increases in a rate, but it's not exponential. Like, it doesn't parabolically go up like this. That's that can be said about other things, I would think, but by the design of WaniKani, I don't expect that to be the social norm. It is possible. So what is possible is certainly true. So there will be people who will experience this. I personally think in reality, in practice, maybe they have statistics and whatnot to show this, but even if you chart the learning curves, right? The learning curves of people, I was looking at those like learning curve things, the bar graph stuff, right? The most dedicated would see an overall this way, which is the days. This is usually the plot of days. Like how many days it achieves levels. And then if you look at the volume of each level, which they depict like how many words and whatnot, the relationship's a lot more modest than an exponential increase. Exponential increase is ridiculous. Like I'm not sure if mathematically people understand what it means to have an exponential increase. If it's an exponential increase, I would expect it to be a very modest distance of time, like maybe level 10. Do you think it's more of a steady increase? I think it is. What I mean is, so we're talking about rates here now. So we're talking about the slope. So the first derivative, the slope of this. So the delta rate. And then this rate will increase, right? It will increase, but it won't go parabolic like this, like exponential. Like every single, like over time, you're doubling your speed. Your speed begins to double and double in terms of content, like how you're retaining content. Like 1 month in, you're learning 100 words a day, and then 2 months in, you're learning 200 words a day, and then 3 months in, you're learning 400 words a day. That's exponential, right? It will continue to double and double. I think often it's a fairly modest one, and for me, right, it's has yet to be known. I'm capping, unfortunately, and not capping as in lying. Sorry, I think the word, cap. I'm not capping. Well, man, why did they chose the word cap to mean lie? I'm capping as in I'm hitting a limit. It's a soft cap. So I can't know what my learning curve is and my my volume, because I'm not reaching my cap, as in I don't know what my upper limit is because there's a soft cap on WaniKani, right? And it happens a lot in the honeymoon period. People are like, can it go faster? Can we go faster? Can we go faster? Right? Now, those people might start to experience the modest increase, which I think a lot of passionate Japanese language learners do ultimately cap in their learning curve. So in the beginning level 10s, I actually think the passionate ones, most of their learning curves are identical. And what I mean by identical is it's not that their actual learning curve is identical. The way WaniKani is designed, it's capped. So, and this does not represent the majority, I would think. I would say this represents like the top percentiles. So like people who really, really love language learning, like you're already passionate, you're already hitting anime, you're already doing like looking for Anki alternatives, and Boom Pro alternatives. All their early phases, like their first 10 levels, are going to be nearly identical because it's capped, right? So let's just say assume a human error of 95%, like 5%. They can reach that cap because their workload, their learning curve hasn't been reached. Now, if we're talking about like the average people, right? I'm not sure. There is some pre-selection bias here, right? You have to, I don't want to step too far back, but there is something to be considered about how do you learn about WaniKani? As in, how do you come across WaniKani? There is a chance this number is higher because in order for anyone to be interested in WaniKani, they would have already been passionate about Japanese. So that can be it. So it even furthers my point here about the steady state thing. So this number might be even higher than this. Like for Duolingo is low. Duolingo is very, very low because Duolingo is everything. They try everything, and it has a marketing appeal, popularity, and whatnot. So for Duolingo's distribution, it's probably more of a normal distribution, right? A normal distribution where you have passionate representing like approximately 5%, and then you have people who are going to fail out of it, like approximately, and then the vast majority of people are like 80 to 90% in the middle. And where is this for Duolingo? Duolingo are people who are barely ready for more. So what I'm saying is they're looking for the minimum amount of effort to learn something, right? So if Duolingo decides we're going to make our course harder as it's going, right? They need to adjust their methods, and that's what they do. But they don't go really, really hard. Just here's an example. Duolingo has simple sentences, right? In fact, a lot of them don't even have listening yet. And then it introduces listening, speaking, like audio recording things. I'm talking about the mobile app as opposed to, and then they continue to add things like chat plus response, well, not chat, but paragraph, I guess, sort of paragraph description and response, then answering questions. This is for like the more developed courses. And then you scratch off the features as you're going if it's the less developed courses. And then, you know, eventually they get up to the LLM model. So they're progressively adding complexity, as in the method changes. The method changes. Now, I'm not sure WaniKani's method change. I would be surprised later. You can, like, I don't expect it to change, right? Because that's what the Anki does too. Anki, the SRS systems, the method and approach doesn't necessarily change. The content itself might affect the user, but the method, it does not. In Duolingo, the method does change. Unfortunately, there are more methods available for their flagships, right? The more popular a language is, the more revenue, also potential revenue, they can address. So those people, the languages that produce more interest and more revenue, also get reinvested into more method developments, right? So here, the method does change, largely because if you think about Duolingo's design, when someone starts Duolingo, they are barely making the bare minimum. Like those who like Duolingo are making the bare minimum because they want language learning to be effortless, which is great. And Duolingo has to lean in and make sure the person is consistently getting more and more complex, not just based on the content. Like the language itself can get more complex. Grammars can get more, like you have to juggle more grammar points and more nuanced stuff. The language itself can, but the method itself can also get more dynamic and complex, like a video game. At first, you're only attacking. Then, little down the line, you have to learn how to dodge. Then, when you have to learn to dodge, you have to learn how to dodge and attack at the same time. Then, you have to learn how to cast spells. Then, you have to cast spells and attack. Then, cast spells, attack, and dodge. And it's not even that smooth. Video games is more like, here's a mechanic, go for it. And if you're ready or not, here's another mechanic. You're still moving? That's fine. Nothing's stopping you? Here's another mechanic. and you work on them and you bumble on them, and you don't actually work on them in series, as in you master a mechanic and then you move on and stack a new mechanic. Language learning tends to take the opposite approach. You try to grasp and consistently attain a foundation, and then you move on, and then you move on. However, like in these types of scenarios, like in app design scenarios, so they have to determine when the average user base they have are successful. So what type of metrics do they use? Duolingo has a very simplified one. You get your answers correct, you move on, right? You get your answers correct, you move on. So there's actually no gate in Duolingo, like outside of hearts. That's a soft gate, if anything, and there's no gate on getting hearts back, right? And if you subscribe, there's no gate at all. WaniKani has a gate, and it's a soft gate, which is you have to get it consistently correct or else you can't unlock things, right? So WaniKani has a stronger gate. However, their method is not going to change. Like, so my method has to change myself. I expect, the reason why I'm mentioning all this is I'm at a transition point now. So I've gotten to a point where today, when these unlock, the vast majority of these things are going to require me to do something that I actually haven't been doing much since the first like 3 levels, largely because I had something else in place due to Duolingo. What if people, when leveling up, decide to do every lesson unlocked in the same day? That's fine. This still scales to that. Couldn't it be potentially become on the long term an exponential graph because the possible burnout? No, because it's capped. So this volume is going to be the same at very similar at the end of every level. Exponential requires that the volume keeps doubling at every time. So you see, like level 1 is 25, 18, and 37. Level 2, 33, 35, and 80, right? So it does go up, right? Level 3, 24, 30, and 74. That's actually less than level 2, 36, 39, and 111. That's actually lower than level 2. So it can't go, you're not gain every level, even if you do all the lessons. This is where Gecko came in as a counter argument, which is a very valid point. The workload itself, like the actual learning capacity, is fixed for each level. They're not like from level to level you're acquiring no max of 200, and if we go down to 28, it's actually even less sometimes. So 6, 35, 129. So regardless of how often you do it, your advancement will be capped by its volume, which they kept below 200 in total for everything. I don't think I've seen a chapter, if I click on random chapter, it exceeds even 150. I think they aim around 150. Yeah, around 150 elements each level. So it's very consistent. It's nice. I'm not saying like here's the thing. I actually like that they're promoting a steady state. My concern had been for a while, when it comes to these designs, is lots of people expect exponential. Yeah, but on the long term, you have to burn a lot of radicals. We're not talking about learning anymore. You're talking about practicing. This is a graph of learning, not practicing. When you're burning and you're reviewing, that's practicing something you already learned. So we're not talking about review. No review. Review is something that's not part of the learning curve. When you review something, you're not learning a new mechanic. It's not adding something. And we're also not talking about content actually, but even if we were talking about content, this is not the graph of leveling. This is. if someone is consistently capping out, this is the number of elements. When you're practicing, your graph will constantly look like this, right? Because you're adding a fixed amount of things to your workload. Even if you're going to do the review and whatnot, it's still cumulative. It's a cumulative workload. Provided that you say, this is assuming a 100% accuracy, but say you have a 90% accuracy, then this slope is going to change. Well, it's actually not even that smooth. It's more like this smooth. It's something like this, actually. It's a staircase. That's what it's going to look like. And this gap is, however, the review process between all the double stacking stuff. So it's still going up, but it's not exponential. Largely because all the levels have less than 150 elements. So at most, you're adding 150 elements to your review pile. And if you get enough, like if you're leveling consistently, it's every roughly 5 days. Actually, it's more than 5 days because of they don't unlock all at the same time. So in the kanji to advance. So it's more like every 14 days to, I've seen like 7. So this is your window when you're looking at people's like leveling curve is between 14 days and like 2 weeks and 1 week at the end. And all of these with every 14 or 7 days is this gap right here. And then your reviews stack on top of each other, largely due to the review gap. Yeah. So in my opinion, that's cool. I like that. Like, I actually like that that's what keeps WaniKani people. Like, for example, it would be cool to see the statistics on how many people quit WaniKani, as in like quit as in they found an endpoint based on their own choice. Versus I can't anymore, right? That's retention. I'm thinking about app retention. And that would be a cool stat to look at. Largely because if you're thinking about Duolingo, the retention rate is really high. Like, it's very, very high. Now, oftentimes, the retention rate for habit formation, when it's really, really high, is largely due to their incredibly smooth curve. Like super smooth curve. If your demand of your material is exponential, right? This is a super low retention rate. A good example would be let's say you learned Japanese 101, right, in school, and suddenly you decided the amount of time it took you to learn 101 is this, and suddenly you're like, all right, in half the time I'm gonna learn Japanese 202 or 201, 301, and 401 in the same amount of time I learned Japanese 101, or something like that. Maybe at least 2 courses at the same time. And that means exponential increase in workload, and it also means more people are going to quit. A great example would be from soft games. And this is only done for fun, usually the first boss, there will be quote unquote an undefeatable boss, or seemingly undefeatable, right? Seemingly undefeatable. That to me is more of an example of a course that expects you to have exponential growth. hey, you managed to start the game and roll around and kill a few enemies. Here's a boss that requires an exponential amount of knowledge. And what they do to play on this is they're expecting that you have legacy knowledge. And those bosses still kick the rear ends of people who like played the last 7 FromSoft games, right? So you could say, oh, you've played 7 FromSoft games and you have like thousands of hours of experience, right? And then they throw you in on a first seemingly undefeatable boss. But even for those people, some of these people are like, nah, I can beat it. And the boss is beatable. They can beat it, right? Based on their many hours of previous things. But do they have to? No, but they can, and few of them will. Kind of like open world games, right? Open world games. In Legends of Zelda, for example, the Breath of the Wild, right? You can go straight to Ganon and kick his butt with practice of beautiful foundations. Like, beautiful foundations. You know how to dodge, you know how to hit. That's it. You can win. You can do it that way, for sure. And you go straight to the finish line. That's an exponential expectation of a refinement. You'll learn all the boss mechanics and all the stuff with a very limited skill set, right? And to me, that's cool. It usually works well for WaniKani, for example. WaniKani, what's the baseline? You have to learn how the SRS system works. And then you set a schedule to it. And then for the rest, WaniKani has made it so that it's soft capped. Is soft capped, and the volume is soft capped. And I anticipate that in this time is when users are going to find out how the content becomes different, if it does. Like for people who rely on rote memory, maybe not. You won't see anything because you're remembering a new vocabulary word. And those vocabulary words are no more complex than the last one because they're remembering characters, right? To me, that's not the case. To me, they started off chunking. So many of these radicals are like, oh, well, the kanji is the same. Or very similar. And then the first vocabularies they choose are often, oh, the vocabulary word is very similar too. And then at some point, which I don't know if it's now, for me, I think it's starting to happen. So around, I'm going to say level 5 is what I'm going to say. Around level 5, there are you start seeing the smooth transition into multiple, like this, multiple radicals in a kanji. So now they're shifting away from a single radical in in a kanji to maybe 3 radicals, 4 radicals. Now that's probably what I'm gonna see, what I'm concerned or thinking about. Like, I'm curious, how often do people have to adjust to this? Like for me, I expect this to happen. Like I'm ready. Like I have been ready for a while, right? And others might find that you might find a thread. And where is this all coming from? Well, there was a recent thread and someone said they feel like they are stuck. They are stuck, right? And largely because of the soft gate. The mechanical reason is because of the soft gate. But the idea is, I'm kind of curious if people have adapted, and or WaniKani have adapted to using a slightly different approach when soon radicals will take on, kanji will take on far more than 1 or 2 radicals. Like how effective is it, right? And I'm starting to see it happen, and that's what makes me think about this stuff. I'm curious if people had an adjustment period. How frequent people have an adjustment period. I know it exists because I was reading the threads. However, for me, I have been operating on, largely due to how Duolingo introduces kanji, I've been operating on largely at the moment expecting like 2 to 4 radicals of this nature in a kanji, in a single character, right? And I actually learn the way Duolingo does it. They don't learn by radicals. I end up taking this character, and then whenever this character appears, then I start breaking down its components. Or one could say they're radicals, right? And I build from there. I build out from the characters. And I'm curious if this is going to change my workload or not, because it can actually increase my workload. Not that I'm concerned about it, but it's interesting. Some time ago, you read a thread where people said that a lot of people quit WaniKani after level 50 because of the review workload, probably because they reached a critical mass. As the workload like do this, at some point they reached a critical mass of review. So probably review plus, it's probably just review in general, because lessons come around every once in a while. So they reached a critical mass. It's like, nah, I'm out. Oh, last kanjis are easier but made more difficult. Oh, interesting. Easier but made more difficult. Huh. The other prevailing thought that I heard was when you hit level 30-ish, like halfway, they're like, slow your roll, right? Slow your roll and go do something else. Plus something else. Right? Pick up Boom Pro or something. And this is not a coincidence, by the way. Largely due to when you do something else, you're also doing other methods. You have other methods, other approaches, other content. That prevents burnout. That usually keeps burnout at bay. Because these are the people that would say if you're hamming WaniKani, which means that you're selectively using one method the entire time, and then slow rolling and integrating other methods, which is what I've done, right? Duolingo has been 300 days, and that was my sole learning method. And then obviously I changed my learning method while using Duolingo. However, you can only do so much without outside inspiration. So that's why 2025 is WaniKani. So they made me think, why wasting my time studying unusual kanji? That's a very like, there's so wasting, when you start saying wasting and unusual, that's probably going to go back to the terminating discussion, like, well, it depends kind of situation. So I would say to those people, if they're asking themselves why wasting your time studying unusual content, the usual safe space when it comes to responding to that is, if you think you're wasting your time, don't do it. So then level 50 is probably when those people quit. So that's interesting, but it has very little to do with WaniKani's design then, right? That's a subjective take. That's good to know. So there is a point in which the content creates cognitive dissonance with the design. To clarify what I mean by this is, when you learn something, eventually most things are going to become unusual over time. Right? Learning a language is no different. So when it comes to a skill, whenever you start thinking, why waste my time? That means specialization. Oftentimes, if it's not your specialization, it's a waste of time. If it's not your specialization, it's a waste of time. So, like, for example, why get a PhD in molecular biology? I can't spell molecular biology. That's a little embarrassing. Molecular biology. When all you need is biology. Like 2 years of biology. It's like, why waste my time learning unusual things? Right? So, WaniKani has that retention end game for sure. Whenever it becomes too unusual, it's no longer relevant, right? And that to me is a voluntary choice. So that's a good thing, in my opinion. That's a good end of life cycle. So to me, that's the impression I get. WaniKani has the devs at WaniKani, like, I'm trying to hats off to them. They have made, I mean, that's probably why Anki and SRS works really well. They made a curve that's smooth enough that the vast majority of people eventually voluntarily choose to not use it anymore. Largely due to the nature that it has become unusual, right? When you ride a bike and you ride it eventually to the highest level, you're only going to tap into, you're likely only going to tap into unusual things from now on. English, your native language, is very similar. When do you stop learning English? For most people, it's actually high school. So when you're done with high school in your native language, oftentimes, it doesn't even need to be English. Most people stop learning their native language after high school. Largely because, why waste your time with unusual things? A job will help you specialize your language. So then anyone outside will look at it as an unusual thing. If I were in their shoes, I would learn everything. Yeah, which means you're becoming a specialist, or you want to become a specialist, right? So you want to specialize in all of it. Yeah, especially specific vocabulary. Yeah. Like for me, I can demonstrate what specialized English would look like, right? Chromatin, right? Actually, sufficient and necessary. You might be thinking, wait a minute, I know these words. Not in that way. Not in that way. Sufficient and necessary are two words that, at a higher level, it's the unusual cases of use. Right? Unusual. I can't spell. The unusual use of sufficient and necessary, not the common use of sufficient and necessary. Also, cause, consequence, result. You might be thinking, wait a minute, I know these words. I definitely know what these words mean. Not in the unusual case. So I chose this because, like those comments, a lot of people talk about why is kana words being taught in WaniKani. Because kanji, this is kanji forward. It's a waste of time to add kana words. You learn it somewhere else. It's like, well, yeah, true. You can learn it somewhere else. Why include them? Sometimes it gets a little unusual when your content, you forget to remember that you've exhausted common use. And now stuff like this is extra. So it's nice to hear, at least in my opinion, WaniKani reach this state. I think a beautiful thing about products if your product works until someone says until they say, yeah, I can't get any more out of it. That's pretty cool. That's nice. If it's at a later stage, right? At a later stage. If they say, I hate this, it doesn't work, and then bail early, that is an exponential, oftentimes, in my opinion, it's an exponential growth problem. A lot of times on a working product. So we're assuming not like a product that's slapped together for like $10, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is it's weird. It's a little weird. I'm still a little looking for the source, but when has it been in exponential growth? Sustainable, right? Like, think about one of my main points about this digression is exponential growth is bonkers. There are very few things in this world, in this natural world, that has exponential growth that is sustainable. And yet, when people talk about habits, habits, especially learning a language, they behave as though they think their learning is exponential. It's rarely exponential, and at the far end, when they quit, when they choose to quit on good terms, choose to quit, they still expect it to be an exponential growth or something, or a linear growth even. They might even expect a linear growth, and that's not the case. It's diminished return. It slows down as you do it because things become unusual, right? So for those people, I would love to hear if they end up taking a life, engaging in a life of generalization and generalizing their skill sets. Because for me, that's what I have done. In order to offset this, how do you constantly feel like you're in linear growth and exponential growth? Pick a related skill. What does that look like? Boon Pro, Duolingo, LinkQ, or Link, however you pronounce it. Graded readers. What happens is that now you're adopting a new skill, a new method, and that method has the potential for temporary linear and or exponential growth, because you are learning a new skill on the same content. Now the question is, do these people get tired of learning the same content? Right? These are two separate things. You're learning a new skill, or you're learning the same content. And oftentimes when someone thinks about trying to chase after this linear growth and exponential growth, they're restricted by their content. So the chances of someone saying I'm fluent in Japanese and saying, oh hey, I want to use WaniKani to rediscover Japanese because I want to develop a new skill for learning, not the content. What does that look like? Watching in anime in English, and then watching it in Japanese, and then watching it in Chinese. These things require the development of different content. Now, if the process of learning this language and this language ends up creating new learning experiences, new learning skills, then they themselves can be applied to each other. Or somehow these different languages make you watch anime differently, then those are different skills that you can do. But rarely do I see that people watch the same content. So the content is the show. If you already know the content of the show, then it's a waste of time for those people to watch the same content. So this is the lying thing about language learning, right? Lots of people use JLPT 1 through 5 as a metric. This content is static. JLPT 1 through 5, the things you need to know, is static. There's only a finite amount of relevant content. And then everything outside of this, if this person is only focused on JLPT 1 through 5, everything outside of it is unusual. Right? So, how do you get to the end? It would be hopefully a combination of tools that are flexible enough for you to drop one and pick up another one by the time you get to here. The whole like motivation curve, right? Your motivation curve is you start here, you're going to get motivation from the honeymoon period, and then you're going to do the diminished return, and eventually complacency sits in and your motivation dips into the valley of despair, right? So this is the tool life cycle, or a lifespan, and you hope that it lasts long enough for the person to achieve the goal. And here, it's interesting. I think it's going to be interesting to see how much it evolves. It's probably not going to evolve too much from here, because now it's WaniKani isn't teaching me a new approach anymore. It's telling me if the content is going to give me a new appearance. So, like, for example, why am I saying this? Getting to level 3 is a nice place. It's a very nice place to know how the method works. And then and the nice thing about this is then you know what you're in for the rest of the 60 levels. You're done. And why is this a nice design? Is then people don't typically like to learn new ways. So now it's static. Now the rest of it from now on is going to be, do I find the mnemonics, the mnemonics design interesting? And then if I have mistakes, it makes it interesting, because if mistakes crop up, it actively tells me to do something. to do something different. If it works super well, then you don't make mistakes and it becomes less and less interesting. Not just for myself. You become like, it's a grind, right? No, those hours are gonna feel the same. You're basically rotating out new characters over and over again. You haven't been learning anything new, no new methods, and eventually, once you reach a critical mass of time, right, of time required, you're gonna choose something else. And what is that something else? Anything that is not WaniKani. Because if you do it all over again, you could convince yourself, oh, what you're going to convince yourself is this is different. This time it's going to be different. So how do you do that? Some people start over because they don't want to learn a new method. They want to use the same method, but they want to start over. Right? And hope that the content is fresh enough. I see this pattern quite a lot. And not that it's a bad or a good thing. The idea is, if you're aware of this, you can take advantage of this. You can choose when you feel that this is happening. So, like, if you're aware of these designs, like the consequences of WaniKani's design, you can choose how to break up and take advantage of when you're most active and when you're not active anymore. Someone yesterday asked me if I'm going to get to level 60, and my answer to that is summarizing all of this, which is the plan is to get to level 60 with one big condition, that nothing more interesting comes along. So for the time being, I will get to level 60, right? Largely because it's already done. If you got to level 3 and you had a 0-0 streak, in my opinion, for myself personally, because I know myself well enough, not for anyone else, for myself, based on how I analyze my workloads and my patterns and routines, 3 levels is what I need to know that I will get to level 60, because I could do this long enough the same way I have been doing it, because the method does not change, right? The method does not change. So it's great. It's awesome that you don't have to learn anything more. In fact, you kind of learn it by level 2, but level 3 is great. So then I already bought the lifetime subscription because I already know how SRS works. However, if I was a new person to SRS, I tested level 3, I would say, yes, I'm going to buy a lifetime subscription because I know I can get to level 60. And if I end up choosing not to get to level 60, it's because something else more interesting came along. You can have my money. This is my money to give to you. Make other people learn, have other people, encourage other people to learn Japanese. That is fantastic. So here, that's what I mean by how I feel about this design. It's super efficient, which is why I think SRS is amazing for kiddos out there, for people who want to have low effort, efficient, right? It's efficient. It's low effort because it's efficient. Low effort, quick learn curve. The learning curve is like level 3. With some asterisks along the way because of Japanese as a content, is Japanese itself kind of matures a little out of the early designs of radicals, because characters will become more quote-unquote complicated by like maybe a order, not even an order of magnitude, like a kind of an order of magnitude, because one character, then there are one radical, then there are 2 radicals in a character, and then eventually there'll be 4 radicals in a character. And I can think of a few examples that would have 5 or 6, but what happens is it's only going to go up a little bit. right? It's going to go up by the number of characters, and smoothly, because that's the way they designed it. They stuck with less radicals in characters before they jam into kanji that has 6 or 7 radicals, based on like a different criteria. So it's awesome. You only need 3 levels. If you can do the 3 levels, you can probably make it until something more interesting comes along, right? And I actually think WaniKani is fantastic for that matter. These are my thoughts. Usually at the end of a month, so it is at the end of a month now, I start collectively reflecting on my learning experience with this product, right? With whatever the product. I usually do like a segment on this, but I'm not going to do it for WaniKani in this way. But this is one of my comments on things. My thought is very low learning curve. Very low learning curve. That's awesome. Like, relatively speaking. Very low learning curve, right? And it looks like the system is habit forming. These might be like, well, duh, these are habit forming. Yeah, the results. A lot of people focus on the results, like the consequences, the testimonies of other people. I'm trying to explain why, to myself at least, why it's habit forming and it has a low learning curve, right? Largely because the method itself, the automation, quote unquote automation, makes it that the user have minimum input at first, like for start, right? When you specialize, then you want more options, so there you desire more input, and that's when you get into specialization. When people say, oh, why can't WaniKani do this and that and this and that? I want this nuance, I want that nuance. But you have to remember that you are no longer zero. You are no longer a zero person. You want more methods. You want bigger flexibility, because the design of WaniKani is that you learn the entire method in the least amount of time, so then you don't ever have to change that approach. You're smooth selling for the next 2 years, and you're rudimentarily and the people who complain about, oh, can I get more flexibility? Can I skip this? Can I only learn special characters? Can I only learn this? Those are the people that need another tool, in my opinion, or would benefit a lot from another tool, because WaniKani is not capping them. Or WaniKani is capping them. They are reaching their cap, like their limits, their upper limit, in WaniKani. Like, they reach the WaniKani upper limits, and they're like, I kind of want more. I need more. Let's add more. However, to me, it's substantial. It's like that's the compromise that they have to get a very long learning curve, a very low learning curve, and get you started right away, is to make the method incredibly user minimum input. What's the fastest way to get someone on a smartphone? Buy an iPhone. What is very attractive about an iPhone? Minimum user input, minimum methods to learn. I can't do multiplication and division. Buy a calculator, because it requires minimum user input, and the method requires the least amount of effort to learn, right? So that's why I think that's the shining thing that I would say when I recommend WaniKani, or like an idea. I would ask the person, do you like to do things your own way, or do you trust things? And then when you trust products, right, how do you form your expectations of the product? If that person is like, I just want to learn Japanese, any Japanese is fine. I don't have any goals. No JLPT1. Like, I have no desire for any specific goals. Start with WaniKani. Actually, I would say start with WaniKani and Duolingo. Largely due to the nature that if you're not concerned about maximizing your methods because you're already like not so sure, you're like, I just want to learn some Japanese. It's not a big deal. WaniKani is pretty cool. Like, when I mean by Japanese, I mean kanji, sorry. If you wanted to learn some kanji and you're like, I don't know what kanji is more common. Like, I want to be conversational in a month. Now you're getting more specific, right? And then we can use those specificities to exclude WaniKani. Like, if you want to be conversational, stop right there. WaniKani is not one of them. If you want to be conversational in terms of a fixed response and a speech for like temporary use, Duolingo. If you want to be conversational as in make a Japanese friend and become friends with them for a lifelong thing, probably something very, very advanced that takes you to advanced things. I don't actually know what that looks like because I am not an advanced Japanese language learner. I have not used a tool that have taken me to a very advanced place, so it would be way too bold and presumptuous of me to say I actually know what that is. Everything about WaniKani is beautiful. The creator updated at least every half a week, and the community is what keeps it very trendy. I think so too. And that's what makes Duolingo shine too, as well, for the record. And not for the updating thing, but more for the community aspect. The idea is though, a lot of the criticisms come from people wanting more, and that's great. However, lots of the end game comments about like WaniKani and even Duolingo, their end game for Duolingo happens very, very fast. You know when Duolingo is not for you very, very fast. The reason for that is because Duolingo's learning curve is stretched out to oblivion. Like, what I mean is, we're not talking about like the languages that are starting up. Languages that are starting up do not have enough content. So that's way past oblivion. There's not even enough content, right? But if you take Spanish, the curve, Duolingo's learning curve for like their developed language is like this. And what people, going back to my original point, what people find satisfying is in their heads, they think their learning curve is, their learning, like the learning things that they learn is this. That's, to me, that's what the behavior is like. They think that when they learn a skill, this is what that's like. I could say the closest thing you would get to this is when you were a kid. Maybe. And even then, the skills that you know as a kid, like for example, when you learn to walk, it's like boop, flat. Right? Or like when you learn to run, beep, flat. That's it, right? You graduate your English, you graduate high school, bam, flat. That's where the expectations get ingrained. Like if the last time you learned is constantly when you're a kid, like you're thinking about all the skills that you've learned the first time due to obligation, they become flat immediately. Like it's, and this period is short because you have reached a point of diminished return on the skill, and you're like, I'm wasting my time if I develop these skills any further. So they become flat. In fact, a lot of the skills that we have is not just flat. I'm being very, very gracious. It's actually like this. You go all the way up, it's flat, and it starts descending due to lack of practice. And you're hoping that a lot of your skills naturally get triggered so that this slope is mitigated, like walking, running, getting up, you know, carrying your native language, right? You hope that due to use, it stays relatively high. Like it stays relatively where you stopped. And nowadays, every intellectual, it's interesting. Like most intellectual skills that deal with like how you approach learning, still continues to be like, oh, I need to get over my learning curve, and it's like, bam, and in a matter of, I don't know, 1 year, you're fluent. You're fluent. Yeah, the problem with dueling is that it doesn't teach you enough. No, I don't think so. It can't be considered a real learning app. I disagree. It's more of a game where you technically learn something, but it's not enough. I disagree. I think the vast number of users, the problem with the vast number of users is it's not fast enough. And it holds your hand too much. Now, you can make an argument that the content doesn't exist. Then that's not a problem. The content just doesn't exist. As in, someone has to pay to make for those. The content has to exist first to evaluate it. But when it doesn't exist, doesn't necessarily mean you can evaluate it. So when you're saying enough, your thoughts are how much content exists a lot of times. And then when you're saying teaching enough, one has to also take into account how much time it takes. Because when people say waste, they're talking about how much time they're using. So even if Duolingo covered from all the content, like a textbook, right? Even if Duolingo claims and have literally done this, right? Go from A1 to B2 and all that content exists. If it takes someone 4 years to do that, then that is construed as not enough teaching. When in the long run, you're saying WaniKani is beautiful. It does a lot of things. Duolingo incorporates more methods than WaniKani does. But it takes longer. It's not the element of enough. It's enough per unit time. So, for example, Chinese course that I'm doing now to review, the Chinese course, it's bare bones. Like, bare bones as heck. Like, all it is translations, listening, and speaking, right? Chinese course, bare bones. What does it cover, though? What does it cover, right? The Chinese course, what does it cover? It covers, and this will never change. It will never change. It is actually factual. Like if you go into Level and Radical and WaniKani, you will know what you have learned. The facts are, it has about 850 characters, and then 50 unlisted. Because I actually tried to, it's around 50 unlisted. So we're just gonna say around 900 characters, right? And it has 3,000-ish vocabulary words. That will never change, regardless of what the methods are to employ them. And unfortunately for the Chinese course, six different inputs. So I'm counting not the reverse, because they do from Chinese to English, then English to Chinese, but you have the fill in the blanks, the listen, response, the matching, the flashcards, the Hanzi writing exercises, and then the multiplying in the pinyin section and whatnot, right? A little like matching across thing. So about six methods. WaniKani has one method. Right? Like one method. The thing you actually do has less methods than Duolingo. Now, why does WaniKani seem beautiful and elegant and wonderful is largely, in my opinion, it's often more efficient to focus on one method than multiple methods of input. Because when you have multiple methods of input, they end up being less focused on than one method of input. What is the one input that you're doing in WaniKani? You are going to type something, and the content speaks for itself. So the problem here is the 6 inputs. People don't like 4 of the 6 inputs all the time, right? So they could remove them and just focus on 2 of the inputs. Then it's starting to look a lot like WaniKani, right? And the nice thing about WaniKani is it is a specialized tool. It takes one method and it does it really, really well. Like very, very well. And that's what makes, in my opinion, such a different experience from Duolingo. It's not designed, Duolingo is not designed to be WaniKani, and WaniKani is not designed to be Duolingo. So Duolingo, in my opinion, gives you a very, very long, expected long pace, and it makes someone far more rounded than WaniKani. Now, 4 years sounds a long time. I chose an arbitrary thing. I think it takes people more. It's probably going to take someone 4 years to get to the end of a Spanish course. We're going to find out how long it takes me, I suppose. But the like, what was it, like 15 minutes a day? I think that's more than 4 years before you get to the end of the Spanish course. 15 minutes on WaniKani, on the other hand, oh, you're just chucking along. Like, people on WaniKani is just chucking along. They chuck as fast as they can, find any avenue to speed up the process, right? So you don't necessarily say it's a waste of time. I think there are better tools to learn a language than Duolingo. I probably explained yourself wrongly. Like, that's exactly what I'm saying. You say there are better tools. And this is the problem. In my opinion, this is a cognitive problem. What do you mean by better? Like, when you say, you make comparisons like WaniKani and Duo, for example, in order to qualify if Duo is a real learning app. These things that I just spent the last hour explaining are fundamentally different between these things. So when you say better, you're talking about metrics. So what are your metrics? Real is often dealing with how fast the content is produced. Sometimes you're saying teaching. Like, you use the word teaching. There are different ways to teach, right? Do WaniKani and Duolingo share the same teaching method? So you can choose to say there are better, but I refuse, or I have a hard time believing that they are comparable, the things you're comparing. Because I heard the word enough as well. So how do you measure enough? Enough content? I chose content as my metric, right? So what does it cover? WaniKani could say, oh, we cover all of JLPT 1 through 5 vocabulary. And then another, like Duolingo, could say, oh, we only cover up to JLPT 5 and 4. And then immediately you're like, well, okay. Then you could say, in this metric, WaniKani is better because it has a larger coverage. You didn't say that. You said that it doesn't teach you enough because it can't be considered a real language app. It is a real app that teaches a language. So for me, I kind of know where you're going, and I'm being a little bit more direct, largely because what you're saying reflects most people, like reflects the large majority of language learners, and I agree. Most large majority of language learners agree with you. It does. Duolingo is not a real language learning app. It's a game that is technically, you learn something from it, and most people say it's not enough to help. Right? I agree with all those observations. I think the vast majority of people agree with you. I actually agree. I would say most of those things are also true about WaniKani. But somehow, the difference is you think WaniKani is beautiful on a different standard than Duolingo is being evaluated on. I don't think WaniKani teach you enough, especially about learning. WaniKani does not teach you about how to learn things properly. It's an unnatural way to learn a language, but it's still beautiful. Meanwhile, Duolingo is another unnatural way to learn a language, but you don't think it's beautiful and that it's not a real language learning app. Unless you're also saying WaniKani is not a real language learning app, then I have no problems with that. That's not a double standard anymore. Like, if you're okay with being consistent about your evaluation, then that's fine. If WaniKani is a real language learning app, then Duolingo is too. If neither of them are, then fair enough. I have no counter arguments, right? Does that mean I will not use them because they're not real language learning apps? Not really. Just like I don't say this person is not a real Japanese person, so I don't want to talk to them in Japanese. I would still talk to someone who's not a real Japanese speaker, right? I'm not a real English speaker, so would you choose not to talk to me because I'm not a real English speaker? Right. Is there something like this to learn other languages? You're constantly looking for unique and creative ways of language learning, but haven't made any significant progress. Interesting. What other languages are you interested in? Sing. I am using two that are very similar. I'm using WaniKani for this method, and Hanzahiro for this method. The developer Kevin, the things that he shared with his brother Phil shows remarkable similarities to the design philosophy in WaniKani. So if you like WaniKani, right, if you're looking for something like this, Hanzahiro is Chinese. It's for Mandarin. Both traditional and simplified. So if this method appeals to you, there is a slight difference, and you might like it. If there's a chance, and you can try it. You can try it out for free. It's for free for the first 100 characters. Instead of a level, they decided to use characters. So when you learn 100 characters, that's when the trial ends. But they take a slight different approach. They use mnemonics, they use mnemonics for the radicals, and they attach them to the characters as well. So I would probably suggest trying it to see if it works or not. For you, Duolingo is to really help. It should prepare you to speak with people in real daily conversation, not just making simple sentences like "I eat an apple" or something else. Okay, so that means, does that make it a real learning app? Also, I don't think WaniKani is a real. Okay, that's fair enough. Then I have no counter arguments. So, should Duolingo help? Okay, then yes, then you're going to have to find something else. Yep. If you believe that making simple sentences like "I eat an apple" is not important to the smooth development of learning, then you're gonna have to go find something else. Oh, I missed your second chat. You currently speak English, Hindi, Marathi, and Punjabi. Punjabi, yes, regional, yep. And now learning German since you're I don't know of any. Unfortunately, my experience is limited to whatever I have on the YouTube channel. I started language learning self-study language learning last year, and my experiences limit to these three things: Duolingo, WaniKani, and Hanzahiro. So just Japanese and Chinese, unfortunately. I'm not aware of how German works at the moment. As far as I know, the comments that I read about the German course on, like, say, Duolingo is not sufficient. And if you're already learning German, you're probably already past the point of the pace. And since you're multilingual, Duolingo is not for multilingual people, like, in my opinion, largely because the speed in which you acquire your tertiary and quaternary language will be moving way faster. Your baseline learning curve will be too quick for Duolingo. And for Mattia, then good luck. Good luck with your criteria, because I disagree with you again, because you treat language like you don't need to learn foundations. And then you treat language, in my opinion, like the tools required to capture every aspect of a language, as opposed to be real. So if you want to be real, stay in school, in my opinion, and talk to real people the whole time. That's your only standard. And for me, I'm respectfully, because you have that personality, that mindset, I don't think you'll be able to understand complex problems in different dynamic approaches, because your mindset tends to only accommodate a holistic approach, which is very useful if it's always available. So the whole idea of real, I cannot agree with at all. Real and fake is like situationally determining what conditions. So your conditions will constantly vary. Vary in the sense that you have this definition of what is everything. Like, something to be real has to take you from beginning to end, and not stepping stones. So WaniKani is part of a bigger picture. Duolingo is part of a bigger picture. So because they're parts, they're not real. That's pretty unfortunate. MAKU, wisdom has been chasing you, but you have always been faster. Which translates to what you are eating. Like, oh, you're currently using ChatGPT. I actually like that. That's great, actually. ChatGPT, YouTube, yeah, German, and then you stop using Duolingo because the learning curve is unrealistic. Absolutely, that's exactly what I think would be very, very checks out for someone who's multilingual. Because since you already learned multiple languages and you have multiple languages, most of the app designs, I would say the vast majority of app designs are not constructed with the learning curve of someone who's already multilingual. Their learning curve will blitz past every app. Like for me, I'm already talking about this for like an hour and a half now. WaniKani's learning curve is non-existent for me. Like I still use it because it's fun thinking about how people interact with this, right? Interact with this and whatnot. But if you're already someone who have done these methods and gone through it multiple times and successfully learned another language, you don't need these tools anymore. Yeah. I think Mattia is the same, by the way. Mattia, you're multilingual, technically. So most of these apps are gonna feel like not real things. They're not useful in the sense of they already teach you, they're trying to teach you methods that you don't really need, and you don't need to learn any of these fragmented things anymore because you've done it already. You've done it multiple times. So I absolutely agree with you in the sense that if that is you, none of these things are real apps. So I have no counter arguments. WaniKani can't possibly be a real language app to someone who has already learned multiple languages. And Duolingo can't. Actually, most apps can't because they are supposed to make language learning easier for people who haven't usually learned another language. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I totally respect that you came to the conclusion that these aren't real apps because your demand and your requirements are really, really high now, right? As you are successful. You are a successful multilingual person. And sure enough, I want to give everyone, I made sure to clarify this. I am not actually learning anything new per se, like maybe like 10% new things from WaniKani right now. Especially about learning. I'm not learning anything about learning approaches. So the methodology is very sound, and I'm talking about it because it's worth whoever's interested in language learning, they want to be aware of what the app is doing. Then they can, in my opinion, be more informed in determining if the app is useful for them. I say immediately that Sing will think whatever Duolingo has to offer, it is too long. It will take way too long of a time. It's too lazy. It's low effort. Like it's not comprehensible because it's geared towards people who are thinking maybe I should learn a second language. So it already eliminates that out. And if you already picked up a Genki textbook and you have the motivation to pick up a Genki textbook, WaniKani is it's optional, even for your second language. However, if you already learned Chinese and you're going to learn Japanese and you speak English, you don't need any of these apps. Apps are supposed to introduce, in my opinion, methods when all your current methods fail, right? And in my opinion, when all your current method fails, you're looking for new methods, not the same method. So, Duolingo is good if you want to familiarize with a completely new language, but doesn't help in real-time conversation. Exactly, because it's not designed to. It's legitimately, Duolingo is not designed to have real-time conversation. You literally don't do real-time with an asterisk. Sing. So you mentioned you're using ChatGPT with an asterisk, except Spanish. Maybe slightly except Spanish, provided you subscribe to Duolingo Max. With only that one exception. For now, right? It might help you a little bit with real-time conversation. Only with Spanish, because that functionality, I think they might be rolling out to English as well. So those who are learning English and those who are learning Spanish, maybe. You literally don't do that. And Duolingo literally didn't do that. So saying that it's not a real app, for example, for language learning, to me is a little bit misleading. Largely because if the tool is not designed to do something, what is not there doesn't necessarily mean it's a point of criticism. They chose deliberately to focus on other things. Now, would it be great to have those things? Absolutely. It would be wonderful for a tool and a one-stop shop for everything, right? You use ChatGPT app on your phone where you can talk to via voice chat and can simulate actual conversations with a native speaker? Yes. So can Duolingo, technically, but for Spanish. If an app is real or not depends on your perception of real. Exactly. And for me, I'm defining it in a way that I accept the premise that it is not a real app for Mattia, like a real language learning app, Duolingo and WaniKani. However, for me, I think it's dubious and misleading to use a categorical word like real and fake without qualifying and being able to explain why you consider it is real or fake. The reason why I talk about my thoughts about things is to provide evidence and qualifications, right? You talk about these apps in a subjective way. It depends from person to person if you find these apps useful or not. Cliche terminating comment, but I prefer speaking with native speakers, but it's only a personal issue. I'm fine with that. I take your opinion for that. I love that the preference thing. That makes sense. It's a personal issue. That's a cliche terminating, uninformative cliche terminating comment. And then it depends on people. That's also a cliche terminating comment that is not qualified. I prefer to know something about you. Nothing against Duolingo or these apps. That is something against them. I disagree. Saying that you have nothing against Duolingo is suggesting that it's downplaying, in my opinion. To me, what you just said is you downplayed all your criticisms. So you don't stand by your criticism. Like, I actually believe you do have something against Duolingo, and they're perfectly valid. What you said about your personal preferences and what you subjectively said that you require an app to be is something against Duolingo, and it's respectfully acceptable because you've determined what you need, and Duolingo and apps do not have those things. So they are against Duolingo, and I think they're warranted because they don't meet your preferences. I think it's very misleading to say that you said Duolingo is not a real language app, and then you tell other people you have nothing against Duolingo. Saying that doesn't mean other people won't think you have something against Duolingo. I think that's very misleading from an English standpoint. I find ChatGPT more effective than Duolingo because you can also have a conversation in Hindi and learn German, and it sounds way more natural and uses vocabulary that people would actually use. That's fine. Again, Duolingo has an exception for Spanish, in the exception that if you speak English and you use Spanish, or Spanish and you use English. Again, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it uses it uses OpenAI structure, the OpenAI model for the same purpose. They curated their own synthetic voice in order to interface with a large language model for Spanish and English. So yes, it doesn't do Hindi or German, so that is true. It's not the same as summarizing Duolingo. So it's not the same as summarizing Duolingo. So when you say ChatGPT is more effective than Duolingo as a whole, that is erroneous. That is a leap of logic. What they're doing with Spanish and English is identical, or nearly, if not a more differential approach, using a large language model, using their interface with their large. I haven't used it myself, but I know it's probably based on the OpenAI structure. So for that, yes, I agree that they don't offer Hindi and German, and you can do it on ChatGPT. So that's pretty awesome. That's really awesome. Is it more effective than Duolingo because of that function? Not for Spanish or English. I would say it's probably negligible. Not that it's better or worse, but it's probably negligible. It's analogous. You have to also remember that different people have different learning styles. Not everything works for everyone. I disagree about learning styles, but people have different learning preferences that they have normalized over their life. But learning styles is a misconception, is an absolute misconception. In fact, this has been a very long, many decades worth of debunking this learning style thing. Learning style is not inherently a genetic boundary. It is usually a environmental. It's more likely to be environmentally influenced than it is genetically influenced. Yes, people have preferences. They don't have styles. I'm just saying. Like, we want to be very clear, because you learn better if it's visual. If you had to read a book, that's your preference. It's not a style. Like, there are no such things as visual learners. There's very minor, if not non-existent, evidence to suggest that someone is a visual learner, was born a visual learner, and can only learn visually without the practice of any other faculties. Right? You have a preference for visual learning because your background has normalized the practice of visual learning. If you don't believe me, that's fine, because I don't have to say any of this. Personally, it would be very welcoming for someone to find out and discover the body of literature when it comes to learning styles. Learning styles was very much, in my opinion, a manufacturing of industry marketing. So when someone says, buy my product because this is designed for visual learners, that was a misconception on how one practices skills in order to preferentially be more adept at learning something. It's not the same as if you choose to start reading a book again, you don't magically happen to have a proficiency for reading books without visual pictures. The idea is your behavior is most well practiced and therefore produces a preference for visuals. I think I grew up in that era where when people said like, oh, I learn better, as in I'm incapable of learning any other way just as well and efficient. That was what that meant. I learn better visually, as in I am incapable of learning just as well without visuals. So, maybe, now hear me out. I'm not an expert on this. So you can choose to counter argue me, and I would love to have evidence of that. Like, what I mean is, I love to hear from someone who has an expert that would say the contrary. Where, like, if a child grew up, when a child grew up and they grow up reading books, for example, they grow up reading books, and then the internet happened, right? The internet happened. Like, and then now they learn really well watching shorts or something, watching like animation and stuff. Did they lose the capacity, or are they unable to learn other ways, right? The good news, in my opinion, I think this is good news. So I hope, let me try to frame it in a good news way. It means that if you combine visuals with reading, you benefit more. You have untapped potential. So yes, continue to prefer to do what you do really well, but like WaniKani, right? If you're really good at SRS, that doesn't mean you can't be very good at watching anime. Which also means that hopefully you're not going to limit audiobooks, which also means that hopefully these things translate to speaking to people and learning that way, right? That's kind of one of the things against learning styles. Not that I'm saying you don't have any preferences. You guys most definitely have preferences. I also have preferences. WaniKani and Duolingo are not my preferences. For the record, I really enjoy using WaniKani, which I really will get my lesson in today. I really enjoy WaniKani. I also really enjoy Duolingo. Not their content, like not for the sake of their content. My goal is not it's no boundary to how much I learn Japanese, like fluency, whatever, JLPT, what have you. That's perfectly fine. I'm here to look at learning methods, so how learning approaches work, because that's in my opinion my top priority in teaching people things. Teaching people things involve getting their foot through the door and giving them the foundation of methods that may be interesting to them. And the more methods I collect, the more likely I can accommodate someone's learning preferences that they developed into adulthood, right? And so as an adult, I consider myself an adult. You know, I'm 37 and I'm postdoctoral. I'm still collecting newer methods, like methods that kids use these days, methods that new adults use these days. So I haven't ever learned using an app, right? This is my very first time. I don't actually download apps onto my phones. So I've had a smartphone since the dawning of smartphones, but I don't usually engage in like learning material online. So this is the first time. This is my first time trying these things out. So I do immediately have preferences. I totally agree. Like this SRS stuff is so fast. This SRS stuff is so fast. I can see why it's very attractive. And then what is it? Like things like Boon Pro. Using Boon Pro to extract like anime. Using Boon Pro to extract anime stuff can be an incredible tool. I haven't even tried that yet. So I would totally agree with you about the preferences. Like everything you say, I agree with the exception of like a few specific words that I wanted to clarify. Not everything works for everyone. Probably not, right? Not to the same efficiency, obviously. And work is a subjective, you know, work is it needs to be qualified with metrics. So what works is if you say to learn one thing, to learn one content means it works, then you could qualify that everything works. But in this case, we have to qualify work. But you learn better with yeah, that's true. What an interesting discussion. Has been a very long time since the last time you had such discussions. We have this every day, or we could have this every day, but I do have to do my lessons at some time. But you don't have, okay. I would love to hear the counter argument though. If you can, I would love to know someone who has dedicated their life to testing the hypotheses that humans are bound at birth, like they have a predisposition for favorable learning context. It would be really cool, right? I actually would think if someone is able to prove that, I think the world would change. The dogma would change in terms of learning, where like people would not argue or discuss about different ways of learning. So if there were learning styles, for example, then determining your learning style would remove the need to explore different methods. Would likely, because it would be marketed as then your learning would be targeted. You would have targeted learning styles, as opposed for efficiency, for like marketing purposes. So if you can identify who quote unquote is a visual learner, is a innately a visual learner, then their market, their product would be more successful. They would be more consistent at being successful. Unfortunately, obviously, we argue, we talk and discuss about different methods all the time, so this is probably not very strong. You think the most important thing when learning anything are willpower and discipline? For learning, I agree. Learning in general. Everything else is optional. Earlier on, I think Pro Call, someone who asked me a lot of questions lately in the last 2 streams asked me about motivation. Like, how does it factor into habit formation? The establishment of habit formation and its relationship between innate and learned obligations. So that does go into that. So it's a step before choosing. It's a step based on decision making, right? So before all of this, you have to be a decision maker, and decision maker often deals with this currency, I call it, like this figurative currency called motivation, and that has a relationship with willpower and discipline. And I touched upon discipline in the terms of understanding like schedules, self-awareness, and whatnot, where you have discipline comes with a level of self-awareness and self-evaluation. And then willpower has this really multifaceted dynamic interaction with what is perceived as motivation. Willpower and motivation are associated. I think okay, and here you're studying a bachelor's at 30. Ooh, what are you studying? You're also a university student. Oh yeah, you did mention that. Is it language? You mentioned it up higher up when you said your different languages you were learning, and then you're at a university. What are you learning right now? Maybe I sound immature. That's why I don't think either of you sound immature. And immature, I'm gonna qualify immature, guys. Immature deals with for me, when you're thinking immature, I'm thinking intellectually. And what is a sign of maturity is how large your perspective is. A lot of times. Basically, if you're asked a question, or if you're asked a question, or you're prompted with the trigger, your response shows maturity. When you're considering when one is consistently able to differentiate between one's own preference and other possibilities. It's not to say that an immature mind does not have its benefits. So maturity is not a one-way streak. One can be immature and passionate and be incredibly successful. Being mature can slow one person. Like I'll do like some spins. A mature intellectual may have a difficult time deliberating and making decisions because there's a lot of maturity in their knowledge, as in they have so much wisdom that delegation and making decisions can be tough, right? It can be long-winded. It can take a lot of things into consideration. So when I'm thinking about this, I don't want to give you a nuance. I want to dispel the nuance that we are immature in different ways, in different situations. Like, for example, incompetence can be accommodated with immaturity. My maturity of language learning is very small. Like, I only know certain apps that do certain things. It doesn't have a mature perspective when it comes to the realm, the competence in the realm of language learning. However, I would consider myself moderately mature when it comes to the aspect of learning and teaching, because I have a lot of experience, or I would like to say I have a sufficient amount of experience to qualify myself as a mature learner. However, I'm very much in the early stages of seeing what apps can do for you. You're 21 and you chat with people, I think they're your same age. That is a level of honestly, if you're generally the younger person talking to older people, that's a great way to indicate maturity. In terms of the intellectual age, we're talking about intellectual age, so not like biological age, but intellectual maturity. When I was younger, right, when I was like 16 or something, I usually talk to 30-year-olds most of the time. Yeah, 30-year-olds that were boomers who weren't attached to the internet because I really like their perspective, kind of thing. Maybe someone with ADHD or autism would have a unique learning style, maybe? That's a predisposition, though. So now we're changing the game. We're talking about predispositions. So low percentage predispositions. And we don't usually like the things I'm talking about. We're assuming the statistical average, like a healthy human being with no, right? Because we're generalizing now, right? We're generalizing. You could say that people will have unique learning styles if they're blind and deaf or mute or missing limbs. In fact, I could say people will learn very different if they can't smell or experience pain. So predispositions, I agree. They will probably have different learning capabilities. Not styles, again, not styles, because you remove the choice. Style would mean that you can still choose between them. Like you choose to be a visual learner. If you're gonna bring in ADHD, that might not actually be a choice, right? So you're adding conditions to make it so that it's no longer a style, it's a choice. I mean, it's an obligation. So we could go and turn this on its head and say a blind person will have a learning style because they can't see. That is no longer a style nor a choice or a way to visually learn. They simply can't do the thing. Kind of like a mathematical proofs, where what is 1 divided by x, right? You can choose 0 and the answer will always be the same. It's undefined. And then you can choose 1, the answer will always be 1. And these are trivial tests. Now you can soften it and say, what if you chose 0.00000001? Then we're getting closer to ADHD in this term. Or you chose 1.000001, then you're getting closer to ADHD, right? Yeah, a blind person would have a braille learning style or a listening style. I guess. If you're really like, if we're going to the other side of things, they would have the options. Their options would be limited, is what I would say. Styles. The reason why I'm saying this is one of the biggest motivation is styles is not considered a limitation. To me, I don't want, in my opinion, there is not enough evidence that exists in this world right now that would suggest that there is limitations on a healthy human being when it comes to the nature of that learning. Now, if you literally have limitations like blindness, your options become limited. But those options are not limited within itself. So like, does a blind person learn better? Or does a blind person have a style of listening that is comparable or like supersedes Braille? Right? The only counter argument you can give is that there is a thin or vague line that separates learning style from learning preference. Yeah, and it makes the biggest difference. What do you think is what do you qualify as the thin line? How do you explain that is a thin line between learning style and learning preference? Preference to me is a choice. When people use the word style for me, it's not a choice. And the giveaway, I'll share how the giveaway is when someone says they have a learning style, they will say, I learn this way, as suggesting that they should only focus on this. A preference, when someone says, I prefer to do this, it tells me that they are doing other things. They are more likely to do other things. More likely. Not ones and zeros. More likely. They're more likely to do different things. When they're talking about style, they are more likely to focus on this one thing. You said that learning style would be when you have many options, which also goes for preference. You could use different styles. For example, you could be a visual and audio learner at the same time. That is not... If I gave you that impression, then I have failed to do so. Style, I'm referring to someone saying that. So they have already made a choice. I did not say about what type of style are there. I said there are options. But that was not my focus. My focus was, you said you are a visual learner. You have already chosen your preferred method. This is after the fact. When you say you have a preference for something, the people that I tend to meet, I would say they are more likely to be suggesting that, oh, I do more than that. I prefer this anime, as opposed to, oh, I'm a shonen watcher. Also, who sticks with that choice. Whole preferences doesn't refer to one single choice. You can have more than one preference. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, well, if I'm forced to learn by reading with a gun to my head, you would prefer to learn that way also? That's a very apt thing. That's when you say style. Exactly. You have captured what I'm saying. You treat, in my opinion, you give me the impression of someone who treats it that way. I wouldn't need to put that I will use different types of example. That's too vivid. I wouldn't need to pressure someone who has a preference. They would be exploring on their own. Someone who believes they have a style do not necessarily explore as much as someone who thinks they have a preference. So if you think you're a visual, if you're a visual style learner, you're gonna continue to think that way. That's pragmatic. Like, you can achieve many things with that. I am not here to contest your style of learning. I'm here to share what I observe personally when it comes to someone who thinks they have a style of learning versus someone who just does whatever works. I think I'm more of a style person with language learning now that I think about it. Yeah, because you have a preference. You want to speak to a native language person, right? At all times. There's no need for you to do anything else. Everything else is subpar. So you'll be disappointed. You'll be disappointed and feel like it might be a waste of time a lot of times doing otherwise, right? You can't learn, you don't want to learn and extract not ideal things, like not ideal approaches. Duolingo is subpar because it doesn't meet your style needs, right? You are less likely. But now, hear me out. I still think you can be a style learner, right? These are not like 1 and 0s, guys. I don't want to give people, like, you can be both. Like, you still have preferences for other things, right? You can have preferences and style of things. Like, I don't like brands, right? I don't like brand labels. That could be a style of clothing. I habitually say that I look better without branding on me, right? That means that I will be less likely to. I gotta compromise with you, Sing. It is a vague line. It is a thin line between both. I absolutely agree. And I think it's more like a strength, the degree in which you apply them. So you mean preferences like male, female, non-binary? So why? I guess. I don't know. We're not. Well, okay, so now you're picking something biological? I see. I mean, we were talking about intellectual things, but I guess you could think of biological things as intellectual. Can a style person have more than one preference? I don't know. That would be I think so. But now we're changing topics. So we're changing topics. Yeah, the gender thing, the gender thing is a biological thing. So now we're changing our conditions, right? We're changing our content. So now we're changing our content. And this thing, again, it's like choosing a deaf person or a blind person. You can reduce reductio ad absurdum, I suppose. Reductio ad absurdum. You can reduce it to an extreme case. Like, for example, can a style person have 0 preferences? The answer is no. Can a preference person have 0 styles? Probably no. Can a person have no gender? I'll let you answer that if you want, like, hypothetically. Reducing something into that type of argument or like that type of question can make things very easy to answer, I suppose. That would also mean that those thin lines and vague lines will no longer be appreciated. If you take a nail and you try to hit it with a very, very small hammer, right? Very, very small hammer, but then you decide to take a sledgehammer and hit the nail, the appreciation of the nail and its form is lost. But if you conducted a survey with a random sample and asked about learning styles and preference, there will always be bias and errors. Yeah. And there will always be bias and errors, but then it still ended up being a normal distribution. Who would have thought? When the sample size is large enough, regardless of the bias or the error, there wouldn't be a clear pattern. That's what surveys work. So you have a random selection. If you have a random selection, the whole idea is there wouldn't be a clear pattern. So we're talking about like sample size, right? Since wait, you said economics, right? Sorry, I skipped the part where you say you're studying economics. Pretty sure it was that. So I'm guessing now we're talking about population statistics. So when we're doing population statistics, regardless of the bias, right? You could see a bias. I would be interested. You have statistics? Okay, so we're talking about like psychological now. I'm not a statistician, so we're just gonna use like layman terms. So bias, right? Bias. There are many ways to explain. You're in data analytics, so hear me out. Then you have more knowledge than I do. I do not have a background in data analytics. The most data analytics I have is probably genetic information, right? Analyzing genetic information. If I'm extrapolating from using like high throughput sequencing data, right? So you're looking at patterns seen by the disruption of genes, right? So say every person has a genome, and that genome is aligned to every other person, so that creates a meta level of data sets for every person, right? You're aspiring to become data analyst, but you don't have a deep background either. Yeah, so let's just say every person, right? Every person will have an input on their biases and their errors, right? So if there's errors and the distribution, what would the distribution look like if there were a bias? So if there was a bias for like learning styles, for example, you would probably have to do a ratio and say there's I don't know. They'll only test two spheres of learning, which like visual and what is the other one? I don't even know what the visual styles. I don't even know what the styles are, by the way. It's visual and listening, auditory are the two dominant ones that people use. Auditory and visual, right? So then you would take the ratio, right? Then you would plot the ratio, I think. So this would be the ratio. That's too complicated. Let's just do a binary survey. So it would be just visual versus auditory, right? So they can either tap 1 or tap 0, because I like 1 and 0, sorry. I know 1 and 2 would be the other one, but 1 and 0. Well, unless you are a Power Ranger, then you probably would have something else. Yes. So visual or 0, right? And say there was a bias, right? There was a bias. You have like the graph would look something like this. This is not enough to discern this, but for layman terms, this would be a great one. Say it is statistically significant that people are more likely to say they're a visual learner than an auditory learner. right? So does this explain that these people are visual learners? There's a visual style. Does this metric... So hypothetically, you said, what if you conducted a survey with a random sample, right? Random selection, and asked about learning styles, right? We'll stick with learning styles for now, because preferences would be another thing. You would need a different type of... preferences would not be a 1 and a 0 answer, but for simplicity's sake, styles, 1 or 0. You're either a visual or a auditory. We could be more complicated and say 1 plus 0, so where people think that they're both, but let's pretend like they had to choose one, because that would be the element, or it captures maybe the meaning of style. You're either preferentially one or the other, as opposed to saying both, like equally or something like that. So 1 and 0, like no Likert scales, right? No Likert scales or anything like that. And you find this. How would you explain this result? You could have a null hypothesis. Yeah, we're testing the null hypothesis now. The null hypothesis is that there is no relation. Wait. For this null hypothesis, this experiment, the null hypothesis is there's no significant preference. So what happens is, what we're expecting is within statistical range, right? There are no statistical differences. Yet, what will we get? Well, there are 3 situations. Either visual is greater, auditory is less, and or they're both negligible, right? It would be here, or the inverse. The question is, I don't actually know if people... There's already... This data do exist already in meta-analyses in more detail, like exploring the functionality of these groups versus the other one. So in terms of survey, I'm only talking about your hypothetical, by the way. If you conduct a survey with a random sample and ask about learning styles and preferences, there will always be bias and errors. Okay, so what does a bias and an error looks like in this survey? So if we had random sampling, what are the biases and error? How would it affect this? So I don't think you'd be able to discern using this approach to know if there's a bias, if it's due to bias and error that differentiates. Depends on the level of significance. Okay, say it's statistically... I'm saying this is... How can this answer your question? I don't actually know how this can answer your question. Like, you say there's always bias and errors in random selecting what visual styles they have and preferences. I don't understand how that can tell you whether the bias and errors affect style or preferences. Like the interpretation of this. Remember, this is corollary data, so how can you know, like when you say there will always be bias and errors, how does that have any impact on randomly sampling people and saying if they have styles and preferences? Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to differentiate between styles and preferences? And you're saying it's not possible because there's always bias and errors? I mean, I wouldn't go about approaching it this way. Largely because it doesn't actually... The metric that you're using is not answering the question. So if the goal is to determine are there styles versus are there preferences, for language, for like learning. Yes, because if you conducted a random sampling method of survey, you cannot have completely accurate data. Same goes for learning styles and learning preferences. Neither is accurately defined. Yes. And what happens when you have neitherly defined? You cannot ascertain that there are styles nor preferences. You can only suggest that they may exist. I'm not fighting for a theorem here. You are. So yeah, I agree with you. You cannot have completely accurate data when you're surveying. Yeah, that's exactly your point. So what am I doing? I mean, your experiment doesn't evaluate what I did, what I'm suggesting. And there are experiments for that. Unfortunately, this would not be the most optimal time to pull up those experiments where they take individuals, they take representative individuals, right? Preferably randomly selected, but they didn't. They take representative sample, and they combined the person's perception. So they do answer a survey, of course, and get the person to perform a task. And they do a correlation between the task preference and their perceptions with as large of a sample size as possible to ascertain if their perception on their style and their preferences had a significant difference in the area of learning. But even if you study a person for their whole life from birth until, you still will not have conclusive evidence about learning styles. You won't. That's the whole point. So while you're going around saying that you say that I'm a visual learner, that's a moot point. I'm arguing for the non-existence of it, or the dubious nature of suggesting that is a productive comment versus, I don't know what point you're trying to make anymore. I think you're furthering my point. Yeah. So yeah, what I mean is, do all of the above, because there's not enough statistical evidence to support any of this. So I totally agree with you. Like, all your valid points, they're valid points. It's largely why you're stealing my thunder, if you will. All the counter arguments that you have come up with are counter arguments to me. Your support. Yeah, this is why I have issues with my issues. This is why human experimentation is and especially behavioral psychology is tough, right? It's tough. Now, why is now someone would ask, so why does it matter then? Why do I need to know these things? Like, well, you don't need to know these things as long as it doesn't stop you from learning. That's my bottom line, right? Pragmatically speaking, my thought is, if you think you learn visually really, really well, if you learn visually really, really well, my inclination is to tell you, have you tried reading a book? Now, here's another one. I'll give you the lesson learning, the language learning one that I encounter more often in reality. Someone, they spend 3 years and they spend 3 years reading, right? You're like, yeah, I'm really good. I learned everything about Japanese. Like, but why can't I learn speaking to people? Well, you gotta ask the person, have you spoke with anyone? Do you speak to yourself? Do you speak to anything? Do you even read things out loud? It's like, well, no, because my preference slash style of learning is reading. I like reading. And I've been told that if I read long enough, I would naturally learn how to speak. Like, and look, hear me out. This is one of the strategies that sell one of the most popular types of language learning apps and language learning books. This is the argument, right? Now, no, those people don't believe this. It doesn't stop people from thinking this is what they're suggesting. Like, for example, very prominent language learners say, if you read enough, you will develop the ability to want to speak. As in, you become so comfortable enough that you start to speak, right? And that speaking is what allows you to become a speaker. And learning by speaking and talking to other people. Not that if you read something because of your visual learning style that it leads to everything else without actually doing those skills. So that is true. Duolingo has download because of that gamified learning. Yeah, exactly. Duolingo falls into that point. But is it really Duolingo's fault and WaniKani's fault? Let's take a little step back. If people actually believe they have learning styles, let's just say one style dominates and then the other style follows. The other skill sets follows. When you go and download Duolingo as a person that has a specific mindset, what are the outcomes of that mindset? Now, for us, at least you, Mattia, and me, I have languages in different places, have languages in different deficiencies. I am completely illiterate in a language I speak to my parents 100% of the time. Completely illiterate. To me, in practice, anecdotally, one does not have a style of learning that can compensate for the literal practice of another style of learning. It involves practice and acquiring that skill. If you're saying your style is so strong or like it's inherently part of you, then it does not necessarily explain how someone has an incredible aptitude for something but still incapable of doing something in a language and then be capable of doing that in another language. I like reading in English. I watch my shows with English subtitles. Yet I am illiterate in Fujianese, but I speak arguably fluently with my parents. So does that make me a person who is a visual style learner or an auditory style learner? Now, you might be making argument, oh, but you're different because people vary. You might be the special case where you're both visual and auditory learning. And I'm like, that sucks for a baby then. That really does suck for a baby when they haven't decided what style they are. It's a shame that some babies grow up not learning how to visually learn, and it's a shame that certain babies grow up not learning to auditorily learn. So how would you explain an absolute skinny person going to the gym and becoming a beast? learned conditioning. Learned conditioning. Although you're also bringing in genetics now, so you're going back into a physical property. So there's a physical component to it again. So I guess you're talking about like now you're talking about the realms of also having genetic components that deal with which is true. Some people say there are genetic components to intellectual capacity, right? So some people do, like, for example, if your IQ is 160 and someone else's IQ is 90, when do you change the line in which the language, like the learning capacity is changed? We're talking about comparing a hypothetical you versus another hypothetical you, right? So, for example, if that same person decides to walk into a gym and they decided they decided that if they decide to work towards a goal using something they don't prefer, something they don't have a style for, like let's say their physical is so tough, they decide to bench press as opposed to doing compound squat movements with calisthenics. When you think about fitness and you go online and you say, what is the style of fitness, right? And you're gonna say, if there are styles of fitness, then everyone who have chosen calisthenics would be less successful if they did weightlifting. But then it would depend on choices that me and the hypothetical would make that would change the whole game. Exactly. Preferences. You're right. Exactly. Weights or injection, but hear me out. That's usually it. I'm gonna be direct with you now. What is the hidden agenda in this? What is the hidden agenda of all of this? I think to illustrate this, I'm gonna say, let's do some conditions. Even if, hear me out. I have a slight hidden agenda. So I usually am not direct about hidden agendas because it kind of defeats the placebo and the nocebo effect sometimes. So I have a hidden agenda. Even if styles exist, let's say styles do exist, right? So you have this style of learning, and there's this thing that I would say is a human condition. So it's still corollary, but this is much stronger. It's a much stronger human condition, and that's a diminished return in specialization. So we're doing like an economics approach here. You know what? You're already in economics. I'm gonna take the diversification approach. So say you're you're a visual learner, right? You're a visual learner, and you practice this your rest of your life. You're saying like, oh yeah, I'm a visual learner, right? At some point your aptitude for visual learning is going to be like this, right? Now if you chose, so style of learning does work, right? Let's say style of learning does exist, and then these are your choices now. So you're choosing to focus on style visual learning. Then your auditory skills, let's just say the theoretical The theoretical cap is like here. Right? Your theoretical cap. However, if you believe in styles, and styles do exist, the person's reality competence could be like this. Now, why do I think of diversification when it comes to the human condition? How long would it take you to reach your hypothetical cap at between these two? So you could liberate a little of your time to invest in a weaker component of a less trained area of learning. And my hidden agenda is oftentimes to keep human condition at bay, which ties into your willpower and discipline. Oftentimes when someone diversifies after specializing in a skill, discipline, there's a lower need for discipline and a higher return on elevated willpower when someone diversifies on bigger gains from an undertrained skill by liberating a fraction of their trained skill. So like at some point, even if styles did exist, so you're completely focused on visual learning, you are acquiring lots of things, and choosing to engage in a different discipline often nets a substantially larger reward in conditioning it, even if the min is lower when it comes to learning. So splashing other methods, for example, into your core method with your core method will ultimately have a larger, in my opinion, statistically likely to have a greater likelihood of uplifting than focusing solely on that core method. Understanding that is kind of close to like diversifying. So if you have learning styles, it would also mean you have teaching styles. Indeed, I do have teaching styles. I code swap when I teach. So I know that Mattia, and then you by the questions I asked. I asked very specific questions in order to determine how I present my arguments and my discussions. Now, I could be a bro and just say, "Trust me, bro, you're wrong." Now, that wouldn't be too effective, would it? Although it could be effective for other people. Do I have a very specific teaching style? Not particularly, but I do have a preference. I have a preference for a particular teaching style. My particular teaching style is we lay it out, right? We do introduction. It's a formal education. I lean towards formal education. Largely, most of my experience is in formal education. So intro, right? Problem. You have a preference of teaching with WaniKani? No, I don't have a preference for teaching WaniKani. WaniKani is the material I'm observing. Do I teach like WaniKani? Do I use some of some of the principles of SRS in teaching people things. I don't use WaniKani. I don't use anything I stream as a teaching method. Like I don't teach anything here. I show. So it's kind of like Duolingo. This streaming thing is a very, very the actual things I use is to demonstrate. Well, you need SRS in learning almost everything. I know. So that's why I said SRS. I don't teach like WaniKani. Actually, okay. All right. I haven't thought about this. That's an interesting question. Do I have a preference of teaching with WaniKani? Here's my thought. I will like entertain it as best as I can. I use analogies. And I also use graphs, right? But the analogy part is baked into the graph. So the analogy would be like WaniKani's style of SRS. The analogies are serving as mnemonics. So oftentimes I use video games if I know that other person likes video games. In this case, I'm appealing to your economic side and your statistics side. So I've already set an establishment that perhaps we can use statistic layman's terms, right? So technically this would be using a mnemonic style. I'm tugging on your emotional and your sentimental way of discussing my viewpoint, right? So the viewpoint will become more memorable if it's relatable. So it's a very similar perspective in using mnemonics. However, in this case, my mnemonics is not agnostic. So what I mean by agnostic mnemonics is WaniKani is different. I know I'm not the first person to do that. No one is. We're human beings with a limited lifespan. So we are the progenitors of all the people before us. So I would be very surprised if I was the first person to do anything other than write the things that were in my thesis. Anyways, WaniKani though, their mnemonic is agnostic. So yes and no. Yes and no, I would use typically I would say no. That makes me think that we are not unique at all. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Unique is a combination of unique now uses a combination of permutations of all the actions. Right? Now we're thinking, let's think about statistics. What is the likelihood that your combination of situations as you live on would end up being unique? They go up exponentially with every dying breath, with every lingering living breath, every lingering action. So if you live to 100, the statistical possibility that you aren't unique goes way down. Go way up. Sorry, we're going the other direction, right? So right now, this conversation you have with me has made you exponentially more unique than any other person who hasn't spoken with me. No? You could reductively reduce yourself, reduce your uniqueness to one component of your life. Then that would make it more statistically likely that you're not unique. Right? So if you were to tell someone about the story that I've used, I created mnemonics, right? This whole discussion. And if you use some of my graph approaches or anything like that, I use graphs because visual learner, right? Why do I choose to even write words on the screen, right? Streamers don't have to do that. They could just use your voice, but I choose to write on the screen, even like actual letters, right? Those letters aren't necessarily visual in the sense of a lot of people say. So sometimes I draw graphs. So I'm combining them. And now hear me out. If you use this example, if you go and talk to someone and say, I spoke with a random, retired, indefinite PhD holder in molecular biology. He went by the alias MAKU, and he shared with me these interesting ideas. The more specifics you have gathered from that same instance make you statistically more and more likely that you are unique in your combination of things from any other person. because the chances of you bumping into a person who has the alias MAKU and at the same time is a Chinese American, right? An American born Chinese in the United States who happens to speak Fujianese and have two parents that are Fujianese from the first generation and having a conversation about a language that you aren't learning at the time, and yet we are talking in English, is probably statistically unlikely to happen. So, and that's one action you made. That's one permutation, right? But me and an alternative who didn't have a discussion with you is not unique. Then, no, because you're comparing a null. You're comparing a null to an action, right? A null is not a control, right? A null is not a control. Another action is. So the you in another parallel universe could as well have engaged in another conversation with another person, which then would be unique with the current action you're making here. No action, actually, interestingly enough, is also an action. So if we were going to be super crazy, when you don't take an action, because you haven't taken an action in that moment, that is an action that is unrelated to all the series of actions you have made in all your other parallel universe selves, which adds to the uniqueness, because inaction in a series of time are a set of combinations, right? So any action you do moving forward contributes to the unique population of actions. No action is juxtaposed to taking an action in this case. So all the times you decide not to take an action in which someone else would likely take an action, that makes you unique to that person. Unless there's some sort of random scary preference that humans decide they choose not to do any actions for the rest of their lives, then I could say, yeah, you would become less unique if the vast majority of humans decide they rather spend their whole time sitting there and not making any decisions. Right, the statistical likelihood is probably negligible that the vast majority of humans like to sit there and do no action. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then you will still become unique through inaction at a very specific time frame, right? We're talking about over the course of one's lifetime, as opposed to focusing on goals, right? If you look at any particular goals at any one time point, it might not seem as unique. But the combination of all your decisions make you exponentially unlikely to be reproducible. Like the twin effect, right? You follow twins. This experiment has been done before, where you follow twins and you figure out the likelihood of their statistical deviation from each other, even when they're identically genetic, right? In fact, from a genetic standpoint, I can tell you that the moment twins are born, they are likely not identical anymore. Because genetics, while the genome may be the same, possibly in the first couple years of life, like say the first 5 years of life, even if they occupy the same environments, the same as closely as possible, epigenetic markers may change between the twins. Can genetics be altered? They can be altered. Mutations. So when two twins occupy different environments, right? Like say one day the twin decide to spend 3 hours more in the sun. You have no idea if there was a genetic marker that mutated due to radiation, right? Epigenetic markers change between twins. You can actually differentiate, in my opinion, with enough technology and resolution, you can differentiate between twins based on their epigenetic markers, which is not the same as saying their literal genome undergo a mutation. That does happen over a human's lifetime. So you can actually probably tell you can probably map in a way that, or guesstimate the age of a person by seeing how well or confined their genome is over time, because it's unfortunate to say, but those mutations are the things that happen with cancer, right? At some point, mutations accumulate to generate a loss of function in regulation in a cell, and if you live long enough, eventually that happens. It's unceremoniously, cancer is an unceremonious connection with aging. This is where I studied the stuff that I was interested in when it came to the genetic components of things when I was still studying at a university. It wouldn't be unique because all these discussions would have been made by someone already somewhere around this planet. Again, you're talking about one point in time versus another point in time. That's an erroneous argument. That it wouldn't be unique because all these discussions, that is logical fallacy. As an absolute logical fallacy. Like, let's just say at T0, I agree with you. There's probably going to be a discussion that has happened, and you decided to reductively change the discussion to a topic, as opposed to even talking about the permutations of the words we used. So you're telling me somewhere in the universe, exponentially, however long our discussion has gone, that these exact very natured words in any sporadic preferences and all of that permutation, that there's someone else who used the exact nonsensical words and combination that I've used between two people of these names at this very moment, even in this specific time, which also at the same time have all cumulative lifespans and events that lead up to this moment. That's impressive. And if that is possible, let's say it is. Let's say it is. Maybe also in a different, let's say it is. You are viewing unique as 0 and 1s, right? And these are to me, these are trivial tests, at least in mathematics. I said, your odds, your uniqueness, the odds of your uniqueness goes up exponentially with every possible different combinations and actions that you make and every detail that you decide to do, right? The more details you know about a specific time point and the more you elaborate on it, your odds go up to in your perception of uniqueness. Obviously we're talking about perception here because we can't really test this. We're in an observable, we're participating in the universe that we're trying to observe, right? But in this case, the odds would go up exponentially. Whether you're unique or not, that's up to you, I suppose. I was talking about the odds of being unique. So in this case, whether you choose to do an action or not, the longer you live, your odds of being unique goes up. Unless there's some very, very flawed, like up higher order thing that I don't understand because I'm a participant in the universe I'm trying to observe, then yeah, you can probably ask like other people about this, maybe a philosopher or something. If that was the case, no one would bet on sports for what? I don't see how being unique has anything to do with the outcome of the consistency of sports. That's probably what you're alluding to. Like, if you bet on sports, there are projected outcomes. Yeah, because sports have rules. Yeah, sports have rules. They quantize outcomes. You can choose to do that. You did it here. You quantize the outcome. If you're not unique, then you're a copy. So it's rules that they play by humans who are not rational. That's fine. But you're quantizing the outcome. What is the sports outcome when you take a bet? The goal is only a quantized outcome. So you're either you scored or you didn't. That's a way to funnel and reduce the set of probabilities. You could argue, like you did in sports, that you're unique or you're not. True. I didn't talk about that still. I talked about the probability. So, yes, the people in that sports game is consistently increasing in their uniqueness as they're making each action, but the outcomes are restricted to the possibilities. So whoever is the nearest to that consistent, so any contribution to it, the output is fixed. There are many outcomes, not when compared to the universe. Oh wait, you're using a Likert scale now. Nice. So now you're using a Likert scale, right? So instead of saying unique or not unique, now we got something good. Now you're betting on larger in context. Yes, not so many. It's actually negligible, but without blowing it out of proportion. Now you've changed the game. Now you're viewing it in terms of win, loss, based on a Likert scale. So any point of these areas can be a betting point, and yet you list it quantized because that's how odds are binned. They are binned based on odds, and odds bin the thing. So yes, you can expand the amount of outcomes. Betting is to reduce the potential outcomes. Now you can make the betting more interesting by including more outcomes. But we're talking about your uniqueness as a human being versus rules that determine which outcomes exist. This is a system that you can create. So now you're operating within a system that has predictable outcomes. The joke that I was making about, well, not really a joke, being a participant in the universe of which you are trying to observe is a paradox. Creating a system with expected outcomes make things more predictable. Life is also a bet where we have to make choices based on your predictions and guesstimate. Yes, it is. And it's a guess. And that would be a very reductive way of using English to say that this betting is the same as betting on life, which it isn't. That's being reductive again. I think you have a very high preference for reducing things in order to make them the same, but that's not being enlightened to the idea that they are not the same. Alternative would be saying something like, learning a language is the same as learning how to breathe. You take one step at a time. So in this case, these are different things. One, you have no concern. Yeah, otherwise you put two different things together into context. Yes, otherwise you can't put two different things into context. I didn't try to. You are trying to. Right? And I'm suggesting the counter argument, which they aren't. You chose a sports analogy, and I only have to refute that they're not the same, while you're suggesting they are the same. So whose argument is more superior, easier to prove is probably me, because I only need to disprove it. And that is the bearer of the hypotheses, right? I think you're supporting a hypothesis when I am supporting a different hypothesis. I do have something I'm supporting, which is the odds of something going up in uniqueness, right? However, changing the condition to sports, then I get a chance to. That's how analogies work. You use it to demonstrate something similar. Oh, yes. Thank you. That's a very remarkable cliche terminating statement. Yes, I agree. That is how analogy works. That's also how analogies break down. Analogy is with the intent of making them similar. So if I have an argument, a counter argument, I'm trying to counter argue how they are dissimilar. So if you state something like, oh, well, analogies, well, that's the way it is. Isn't that what politicians do? That is what politicians do. That is also what intellectuals do. And scientists do. And null hypothesis testing. So are they the same? Is it's betting with a designed outcome the same as betting without a guarantee, right, of a desired outcome? Like, you are still making bets. I agree. You are still making bets on, I'm thinking of football at this case because Mattia likes football and I was watching a little bit of Milan plays yesterday. And then betting without an observable outcome because you're betting on the universe that you participate in. It's like, well, I'm more likely to bet on something that has a defined outcome than betting on something that has life. And yes, many ways they are similar. And then in many ways they are not. The nice thing about having granularity is that we can define the nuances of the differences, right? When we compare them. One point of an analogy, by the way, is also the capacity to draw contrast between the analogies. Right? If you offer an analogy, I can compare and contrast your analogy. You could choose to say analogy is for comparison, and I totally agree. Therefore, it also offers the opportunity to contrast. But maybe we're living in a simulation and someone is betting on us from the outside. That's fair. You can never know. You're a participant in the system, I suppose. I think you're making lots of terminating things, so I don't have much more to add. Mind you, I do have to go on with my lesson. This is probably going to be a long one. It is fine if you want to make this an exercise. Maybe it's the government who is doing it. Okay. Sing. I know, I'm not sure if you're joking about this anymore. I really think that, I hope that you don't think that in a way, because it sounds like you're spiraling into entertaining mania and nihilism. But I'm not a person who like says very much about nihilism. So perhaps someone else who irrationally wants to irrationalize rational thought, maybe more suited. Saying things that terminate in a cliche or any sort of like conspiracy theory and stuff, I can't really make any comments on that. So yes, maybe it's the government who's doing it, and maybe the universe is a petri dish for someone else, and maybe betting on life is not worth it, that kind of thing. I think now we're on the element of saying like, what is the purpose of life and the meaning of life? I don't have any answers to that other than irrational ones. So one can reduce each other to irrationality and then call it a fruitful discussion between intellectuals, but I have no comment. I think you can believe in any of those things because I'm not here to convince you. So we are spiraling into philosophy? Probably, and I don't usually do that. In synthesis, the theory states we are the brain, an alien from residing on planet Earth. Yeah, so yeah, I think in philosophy, if you're philosophizing things, I like to hear them. And that's good enough for me. So if you think maybe it's a big government conspiracy, I suppose that's reasonable. I have no reason to not believe it. And I also have no reason to support it. Right? The best, most conservative thing I can think to respond to that is I don't think about it. So you can call that being complicitly ignorant, which that's fine. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, right? And there I terminated the discussion. Right? You don't fully believe it's just a shot in the dark? That's fair. Are you talking about like life actions? Alright, so we passed our threshold for our review. So I'm gonna start our review soon. I was going to do something tomorrow because I was gonna rest today. That's probably not gonna happen now. Oh, and the mistake went out. What was the mistake? It was friends, right? Hopefully I remember what the mistake is. Anyways, it's an interesting discussion. I mean, well, it's an interesting commentary. I'm gonna take most of your. I usually take most philosophy and life perspectives and whatnot as commentary. Most of the time, I will neither provide any form of contrary talk points or anything like that. I may share my own personal opinions if I think about it. Other than that, I don't mind hearing about your thoughts about philosophy and like the state of the human simulation and whatnot. That sounds like more information for me than for you, and I appreciate it. You can understand why it can't be talked about because we can't reach a conclusion. Yeah, more or less. And I don't necessarily think about a conclusion. I would say it's more informative to listen to someone's philosophies and viewpoints than to try to gaslight them, right? Unintentionally to adopting your own viewpoint. Personally, like it's more useful for me as like a streamer and all the pragmatic motivations I have now. When we talk about like ideologies, theology, spiritualism, and like political stance and stuff, I'm more likely to be a person who's willing to listen and acquire that information, and I will try to share my information without trying to say that this is what the other person has to believe. And then therefore there will be a mutual exchange of information, largely due to the nature that these things can often be inconclusive, I suppose. You think the government is like religion, complex means of power in order to prevail on the common folks? That's a fair way to look at it. So am I trying to be neutral? No, I have my own positions. I am exercising my professional credibility in public public appearance to be more amenable to collecting data than to try to sway and or influence other people's positions. So in a way, you could say that's kind of being neutral, but I am not neutral on these matters. Whether you learn about those neutrality points and whatnot, that is at my discretion, right? I do not want to be held liable for my own inability to allow other people to express their own positions. It sounds like a political answer because, generally speaking, the people who know me are probably able to discern what my positions are, largely due to my analogies and all that, right? So, for example, you can probably discern me being neutral here is probably a courtesy that I offer other people that I expect in return, where two people can mutually share their positions that are purely opinions in a safe space, right? Yeah, so if you talk about anything political, you're going to sound political. Indeed. That is one of the beautiful paradoxes, right? That I do feel quite a lot of people lack the awareness. And I don't think they need to, because it can be an unhealthy relationship, right? This is typically what I sound like when I'm navigating an attempt to breach my professional conduct, which, again, I don't do this officially professionally. I'm not a professional streamer nor a content creator. I actually have a long digression on what I consider as professionalism, but inherently outside of that discussion, I typically sound far more political when I'm trying to be as respectful as I can to the other person. Call it a investment. I forward invest in people by collecting and listening to what they have to say. And then only when they solicit my opinion will I typically openly share them. And in a very conservative way that plays well to the situation. What is even a professional streamer? Can it be defined? Haha, that's a great question that I unfortunately will not have time to expound upon. It's an excellent question. Someone asked me this 3 days ago and it took 5 hours. Probably not for today. You will have to accept my humble apologies that it takes quite a long time. Would you care for maybe a hot take? A hot take on it? And the discussion was really good. I've been really tired the last couple 3 days because we had some super good discussions. People asked super great discussions. So, when you say what is even a professional streamer, I think you know what I'm going to say in the next 5 hours. That is the hot take. Because you already asked the question, right? So if you're asking what is even a professional streamer, then you'll probably know that I'm going to spend 5 to 6 hours explaining that because there's no standardization or any way of vetting or quality or metric in which it is enforced and universally agreed upon, one cannot be qualified as a professional streamer. There are no formal standards to establish, right? So the hot take is, it is very difficult to define, and therefore I don't use a term that is difficult to define. The nice thing about professionalism is that it can at least be something that's defined. You would probably say that it's whatever you perceive it to be. In this case, in this case, probably yes. The reality is you can be a professional streamer because you can perceive, for the time being, you can perceive it to be whatever you want to be. And therefore I don't use the term. You know what I mean? Like, because professionalism to me requires maybe like a document that provides the minimum standardization of the regulations and vetting process, anyone can be a professional streamer. So therefore, I can not conservatively, with great respect, use that term to describe me in any capacity, largely because it is inconceivable what people think is considered professional. It is a double-edged thing. You can call yourself a professional if you so choose. I choose not to because it's undefined. Funny, huh? Funny how one little characteristic or one characteristic ends up creating bipolar results. But yes, the hot take is I don't use the word professional oftentimes when there isn't a stringent enough, and that's arbitrary too, by the way, for me, stringent enough. You may, but maybe others can call you professional. Yes, they're most definitely be able to call me professional. I myself do not call myself a professional. I do not have control over what other people say. Exactly. The best thing I can do is to do my best to suggest to others that I am not a professional. I do not consider my professional. However, I do not have control over what other people think of me. I try my best to demonstrate that. So that's all I can do. I don't concern myself with the I don't necessarily concern myself with what I can't control, but I do concern myself with understanding what is not in my control, and that is one of those things. So when I publicly do this, it means I cannot control people who hate me for using Duolingo, right? But I understand it, so it doesn't necessarily cause me emotional distraught, and it allows me to pick up a challenge and analyze it, right? That's probably the most political way I can say that. I do not like influencing people's cognitive abilities unless it's hurting them. So like, if I rarely actually, I even find myself hard to interrupt or interfere or find a place to interrupt someone when their life could maybe, I don't have a lot of righteous indignation. So when I see someone suffering, it's still really hard for me to interfere with what they're doing because they are entitled to their choices. However, if you ask a question, I'll give you like a 6-hour essay for sure. If we had to define, if you had to, a word would say he's a professional interculator. What the? But maybe others. Okay, listening to MAKU makes me remember my old philosophy is so wholesome. You had a philosophy teacher? I haven't ever taken a philosophy course. It would be really cool to take a philosophy course. Like, enroll in a university randomly. It's like, what are you here for? And like, I just want to sit in a philosophy class. Actually, I do listen to some philosophy like content creators who are professors. Like, occasionally there are professors like, did you know you can watch like seminars from like universities who post like online seminars? So you can actually go to like major university sites and watch the seminars. So that's what I do from time to time. And I would like watch the recording of a philosophy seminar on any like random topic and see if I can gather anything from it. It's actually quite entertaining. To me, obviously it could be dull and disinteresting to others. You just do your job and the rest becomes history. Yeah. There's something very quaint, simple, and elegant about that, huh? I do what I can. I learn what I can. I record it for posterity, for myself, And whoever is interested and want to join a little pocket of that experience, you have my happy dollars. As a general hot take, I have a long digression or a long bit about happy dollars. And the one thing I want anyone who speaks to me know is I'm already invested in the discussion when you made me notice your existence. I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. I actually, this is going to be another hot take, unpopular opinion as well. I don't stream for myself most of the time. I stream with the potential that I can give happy dollars to other people. Like, there's nothing really stopping me from not streaming and just studying Japanese for my own satisfaction, right? But my own satisfaction is trivial compared to being able to have even the semblance of opportunities to interact with another person in which I can share experience, or maybe even vicariously. The first time you heard the word philosopher was when you saw the Harry Potter movie. Hey, those Harry Potter movies are pretty good. I also listened to the entire Stephen Fry narrated audiobook of Harry Potter. I didn't actually... Okay. John Green would have a different story about this, but I listened to the entire Harry Potter book series, narrated by Stephen Fry. It was fantastic. Nothing like having a British speaker slash comedian fulfill my stylistic stereotypes of what a Harry Potter narrator would sound like. Yeah. So happy dollars. Here's one little hot take from the last 3 days, and then I'm gonna go and study or do my review now. Someone asked me, outside of asking me, do I ever envision myself being turning this into a professional thing? So that's that hot take from there. Another related thing was someone asked me, what happens if someone interacted with you in poor faith, like in bad faith, right? Because it was my digression about happy dollars. And my hot take, without going into the details, is that when I get on stream each day, I've already told myself that the vast majority of people who requires payment, I'll give them happy dollars. So if someone is in poor faith, let's just say that person is like in need of some happy dollars. So they come in and they're like, you suck, your face is ugly, now I feel better. It's like, no worries, here's your 100 happy dollars, I can handle it, right? Do you feel better now? Maybe we can explore why this makes you feel better. Stay for a little bit, here's 50 more happy dollars. If I can give them enough happy dollars to convince them to stay, then it circumvents their initial motive, right? So that is the challenge I've set for myself, I suppose. Some people might see it as a challenge, but generally speaking, I want to say this clearly. I'm in a privileged position, so there aren't a lot of things that cause me to have to spend all this figurative happy dollars on things like being happy, being loved, having the self-confidence for self-love, and then having the admiration and surplus of giving happy dollars to other people. So that's why I'm here. There's no urgency or obligation to accumulate something, in my opinion, a little trivial, like actual dollars, because happy dollars are worth actual dollars too. That's understandable. If you stepped into dirt, you'll get dirty, so it's better to stay clean, I suppose. That's definitely one way to look at it. Do you have any other chance? No, this is it. I don't have enough. I don't have enough. Language learning is quite an endeavor already. Yeah, everything's here. The thing is, I chose to stream for over 5 to 6 years in order to accumulate enough observational workflow and experience in order to start recording something. So the YouTube like videos only travel back to the last year and a half. Any reason for learning languages? You get to meet people like me. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That is incredibly egotistical. I thought that might be funny. Any reason for learning languages? There are a few hot takes. I think we've covered like 5 different topics before. Rediscovering learning methods. Rediscovering learning methods. No, I was asking why. Oh, am I? Last thing. Any reason for learning language? Oh, me. Why? Any reason for me language learning? Here are fast hot takes. Fast hot takes. I'm gonna fire them off very quickly, and I feel like you have the. You're free to use your imagination what these hot takes are. So, hot takes. Why am I language learning? Okay. Okay. So why? It's fun. That's a cheap one. Sorry, that's a very cheap one. Learning new methods. Learning new learning methods. This is to stay topical for youth education. By the way, I don't have a day job, so there's no way I can acquire more experience other than actually doing it, right? So I don't know how younger people learn things now, right? So I want to participate in learning something. And then why other things? I play video games. Japanese video games. My background, my family is Mandarin literate. Mandarin literate to some extent. I am illiterate. Well, I'm no longer illiterate, I suppose. No longer, but I was. I was illiterate. Culture? Is there anything that doesn't overlap here? So we got some pragmatic sense. I want to show learning. I think this is what my channel will ultimately be about when it comes all together. When I have some sort of elaborated written thing, showing learning is very different from showing the results of learning. So if you ever want to if you want to understand me, I will almost always be learning. So that means I will be talking about a topic that I am not comfortable with in like the actual content, the content of the things. And the skill that I have to offer is to practice communication and problem solving. Now, communication and problem solving is natural to learning a new language. In fact, it's very coherent to other people. when I was playing video games, it's less coherent. Like it was a lot more detached. Like it's much more difficult for the target audience to understand what does playing a video game and demonstrating how you interact with a video game have anything to do with practicing communication and problem solving skills. That was a bit more stretch. So the last year that I dedicated to language learning has provided a more coherent and consistent expectation, right? And that was very fruitful. And this is part of my social experiment. I'm in the second year. Oh, actually, I'm in the third year of a 5-year project, a 5-year social project. And that was after a 5-year project on streaming. And that's some legacy. So that's some legacy on why language learning. And then, yeah. I think that's pretty decent. We hit on some of these. Most of these have been talked about. Maybe a book. It's probably just gonna be a PDF that you can download off of like a hosted website or something. But maybe a book. We don't know. I write a lot, so we'll see. You should make a video with few seconds of your clips and title it from illiterate to fluent. So in the Duolingo thing, if you look at the beginning of every thumbnail, I have a routine where it shows me actively recalling every previous day's construct, and it was deliberately to tell people in the first like 30 minutes what I learned in the previous day, and then this will take like a 6-hour discussion on how I framed my study schedule with Duolingo to make it so that I can do those things possibly in the future, possibly. However, that would require an editor. I'm not the biggest fan on doing like the hot take stuff. So the reason there is a motivation for me to not do that, largely because I know you use the phrase random sampling. So if the YouTube algo is very specific, right? How do I leverage YouTube algo and Twitch behavior, for example, after random sampling, right? Because it'll be filtered. And my thought behind this is it leaves the stuff that I do possible. So one way that would cause a disruption in the way the random filtered and then filtered sampling is that my gate would be too low. You can only imagine how non-sustainable what I'm doing right now, right, would be if I were having to speak to hundreds of people, or even 10 people who resonate with hot takes. It would be very difficult. Maybe you have a future conversation with yourself displaying different levels of fluency. Oh boy. Without teasing too much, the Duolingo, I'm trying to wrap up the Duolingo Chinese course, which I will be, the last part was supposed to be tomorrow, but I think I'm going to have to push because I won't get the stuff done today. The next step has something to do with what you just said. So these things take time, obviously. Language learning is a long process. But the year 2025 started with WaniKani and Hanzahiro as a foray into SRS. 2024 was Duolingo as a social experiment for starting positions, right? A common starting position to understand where starting happens. 2025 It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yes, that is very much the terminating, at the cliche terminating statement that I stick with at heart too. But 2025 have other things because Duolingo Chinese is no longer here. So then I get to test other strategies, right? And one of them has to do with an LLM. So when you mentioned ChatGPT, it's not a coincidence. Maybe you're not unique after all. Seeing it's not a unique strategy because you might find me doing that in the near future. The reason why is very, very involved. Duolingo Chinese does not. I'm joking. You're unique because I'm not you. But does not have this. Remember I mentioned that Duolingo Max only has English and Spanish? Duolingo Max only has English and Spanish. Now, we talked about professionalism. This will be the last topic though. I talked about professionalism, but I also talk about standardization. And then we talked about metrics, right? Metrics. How do you evaluate things, right? LLM is foreseeably what Dual Max is doing. So in order for me to know, I need comparable analyses. So since Duolingo Chinese does not have LLM functionality, I'm going to use Chinese as an opportune moment to engage in LLM design, right? Approach. So I will create my own study schedule around LLMs for Chinese using speech. And Dual Max, where does Dual Max come in? I'm starting Spanish in March. Spanish in March with Duolingo is 2025's project. By the time I get to the end of the winter of 2025, I'm going to try out Max to compare my study approach using Dual Max in the future for a month with my approach with Duolingo Chinese, right? I need some experience and stuff, right? All of this is in motion already. So yes, you have some excellent questions, and I've tackled a lot of those questions. Maybe in another day. Oh, and you're overseas. Oh, dang. So you're in the same time zone? That sounds like Italy, right? Italy, German line. You don't happen to be German, do you? Mattia is actually a statistical minority. If you're German and or Scandinavian, then you've hit the statistical majority for my interactions. You're German? Okay. Yeah, Mattia is Italian. So you're German? Maybe you're not so unique after all. Oh, you're from India though? Okay. Now you're a little bit more unique. I'm kidding. I had a distinct feeling based on your name, like your name. I didn't want to, because you already mentioned Punjabi, right? Punjabi. But you said you were learning German, so I imagine based on the time zone, then you would have to be probably living somewhere in Germany. So all your languages already. I had a colleague. I had a colleague that was Punjabi. So Punjabi, I heard them talking, and I had two colleagues. One spoke Southern Indian. I forgot what the name of that is. And then Punjabi. Like they were like talking about it. I had two coworkers at some point. So you would be unique if I was from Mars. So anyways, there's something about that. So thank you for entertaining. There are plenty of times to have more conversations. I say this all the time. So definitely feel free to share your thoughts. Yeah, Indian has many dialects and languages are most very different from each other. Yes. I am although I'm diaspora from China, right? My parents are the immigrants. We speak a dialect as well. Chinese also have unintelligible dialects to each other. Presumably over 100 of them, and mine happened to be a fairly common one in the United States, relatively. All right, all right. With that promise, we'll get this done, and tomorrow, oh man, I'm sure I'll be able to get through a day without entering a deep digression. Fujonese is the one you've heard. 你听过胡椒华？he YouTube 小马's YouTube about 胡椒华. He all go胡椒华 got New York side and yeah胡椒华 New York. New York New York Chinatown, right? New York Chinatown. Mongong, right? Fujonese, Cantonese, Mandarin. Ooh. I can't do Cantonese. Sometimes I don't even know what's true. Yeah. Probably yeah is probably that's exactly where you heard about Fujonese. Yeah, I figured. Statistically, you're more likely to encounter Xiaoma's like algorithm, right? Algorithm works very efficiently. I feel like the internet's algorithm really does make people feel less unique. I think this is going to become an inside joke at some point. But yes, Xiaoma is probably the one that was able to show Hujiwa got Dongyangye, right? Dongyangye, Chinatown. In other cases, in terms of Cantonese, the best I got is like phrases and stuff from Hong Kong entertainment, right? 你講乜嘢？你說什麼? Right? 你說什麼 would be 你講乜嘢? That would be like the closest thing. I have like catch your typical trappings. Like if I go to Hong Kong and I say, oh, thank you, hello, oh, I don't know what this is, that type of thing. I'm okay with those phrases. And then for Mandarin, we're working on it. We're working on Mandarin at the moment. Xiaoma is a new gen YouTube watcher. Yeah. I am I older than him? I'm pretty sure I'm older than him. Lao Shu, I'm a boomer when it comes to YouTube content, so I'm probably haven't caught on because I didn't start language learning until later, right? Actually, I'm a Gen Alpha, I guess, when it comes to language learning, right? I didn't follow language learning way back. Drama is only for entertainment. If you want to learn language, listen to my. I hope that's not the case. People should not be learning language from me because I don't teach language. For Mandarin, have I met a Mandarin? Oh, Simply Chinese. Simply Chinese or Comprehensible Chinese or something like that. Oh no, I think that's a Japanese. Like I think Simply Chinese is pretty good. Someone showed me Simply Chinese once. I think that person's really nice and adorable. She travels around China and talk about things. Alternatively, and her English is fairly great. So, and then for Japanese, Dogen is pretty good. Dogen. I'm not sure about anyone else. I watch a lot of multicultural couples who talk about language, and it can be any language I'm not interested in or like at the time. So like for example, since you're into German, right? You probably have encountered what's her name? Is it Win? Probably Win. Or Lin? The girl who's married to a German who's now engaged to a German boyfriend. She was one of the content creators of the last year, one of the top. Oh, or like what's his name? Liam. little cultural bits. Liam is probably very. I'm name dropping a lot of times, but I'm trying to be like topical here. So, thanks. You have no idea. Oh wait, are you answering Mattia's question? You don't, but we can understand the process. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's maybe come back in another 4 years. I might have quit and decided that I was to dedicate my entire life to exclusively speaking in C++. You never know. In another 5 years, you're gonna watch me sit here and exclusively program in AI using like some sort of random infrastructure and never saying a word ever again. I'm kidding. I don't think that's gonna happen. That's unlikely to happen. However, I could definitely see myself in another 5 years taking my Python skills and then translating them into something else. Probably. I don't know. MAKU speaking while streaming. Hello world. Do you do any programming for your statistics and economics? I would say I would be floored if you have no consideration for higher like statistical modeling for now in this day and age. I would love to go back to university, like higher university, to see how much technology has shaped, or how little, maybe how much or how little, I suppose, how technology has impacted curriculum, especially when it comes to statistical analysis of large data sets. Imagine MAKU live streaming maybe include iOS. Oh no. If there is a person that can convince me to do an iOS IO stream, sorry, not iOS stream. I don't know why I say iOS. IO stream. There is a person. There is a person that I have that's a personal investment. He can possibly give me the motivation to do an IO stream. Possibly. Possibly. Other than that, not much to change. You did basics of C++ in school, but not in economics. I see. You can code with ChatGPT. Oh yeah, you mostly can. You're kind of stealing my thunder here. There's a reason I'm investing in LLM, but it starts with Duolingo Chinese, like offshoot of Duolingo Chinese, but I don't want to give people the impression that I pick up skills because they're unrelated to each other. Most of the skills I pick up are related to a bigger picture. Where we go. What does learning Japanese and Chinese have to do with playing video games? Sky's the limit. Why do I do SRS and LLMs? Soon. I also draw, by the way. What does drawing have to do with writing kanji and hanzi? And what does LLM have to do with drawing? I have 3 years of plans, and all of those buzzwords fit into those plans. I am really excited to show it, but it takes a while. It'll be another year before some of these stuff will become obvious. I'm a big planner. I enjoy planning things. I do have a looser 10-year plan from this point. By the way, this might sound like a gag, but I always, quote unquote, I always have a 5-year plan and 10-year plan, because when 1 year elapses, I plan for the 5-year and the 10-year plan. Like, I don't wait for my 5-year plan and my 10-year plan to expire, like, wrote me into it. I reevaluate the 5-year and the 10-year trajectory after every year. At this point, ChatGPT can design a programming language. It probably can, with enough bootstrapping and a refined enough data set. in order to like overcome certain catastrophic loops and whatnot. Did I had a plan for the pandemic? Yeah, unemployment. I'm kidding. Well, actually, it's kind of true. That's one of my punchlines. The pandemic was unemployment, but it's not a bad. It's not in a bad way. It just happens to land up for the pandemic. If we're using like COVID as an example, my last position, it was right before the pandemic. So I came back home, and here I am. So it was a very, very wild coincidence. Oh, and fun fact. Here's another interesting fun fact. I study RNA viruses. And the people, like in the United States, the people who were authorities on the whole, like the last pandemic, the COVID pandemic, I recognize most of them. As in, like, I've read papers and like seen these people. They were somehow involved in, like, in some way indirectly in my professional background. Can you teach ChatGPT to teach itself a language from scratch? Oh, that's a You know what? That would be so cool to do a constructed language with ChatGPT. Oh man, there's a lot of things. We will have to think about this in the future when I'm actually more competent, but I'm not that competent. You sound like the number 21 foot lettuce guy. Can you educate me? I'm a little uncultured when it comes to the number 21 foot lettuce guy. Was this something like happened and then this guy just happens to coincidentally coincident? Okay. We do have to start after the 4-hour mark though. But you can keep on chatting and I will read it. And then I will try my best not to try my best to juggle these tasks. Come to Italy to work with you while I make pizza. You stream WaniKani Hazuhiro with me making pizza in the background. Oh, you can make pizza in the background. You can make pizza and then do it. Okay. Why not just do it now? You have a great pizza business as far as I know, right? Right, that's really good. I would love to have some of your pizza though. One day. Number 19, imagine someone's foot in your foot long. That's a meme. Okay, hold up. Number 19, imagine someone's foot in your foot long. Can you try again? I'm not great with this. This is out of, I'm way out of my depth now. I'm my memory, like, I can't imagine that. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Like, number 19. What does number 19 and 21 have to do with foot long lettuce? Oh, it was in the news? Okay, I'm just gonna have to read this later. 21. Wait, what is it? 21 lettuce. Foot long. What keywords do I need for this news? And I'll read it this evening, like when I have time. What should I be looking for? This is absolutely intriguing. You'll eventually cheat you one. You're always welcome. Woo. All right, Italy, huh? Italy. We'll have to think about it. Number 19, not 21. Okay. Number 19. Lettuce. Foot long. Oh. 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 Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. All right. I got you. I'll do some culturing for memes later. Gotcha. You sure you're not interested in Japanese or Chinese? No. We can hook up when we do Spanish, right? I heard Spanish come out of your mouth, so we can totally hook up with Spanish. That sounded really weird. I think I could have had different choice of words there, but we'll hook up when we cross Spanish. By the way, Spanish is my first learned language. So we're doing a lot of review this year. Right. I'm not as multilingual as you are, though. You should use French if you want to hook up. Oh, man. That's a good point. Spanish is pretty sultry. Listen, Spanish is pretty sultry. I could just break out in singing Carmen or something. Serenade you, you know? Wait, is Carmen in Italian? Oh my gosh. If Carmen is in Italian, I'm gonna put a foot in my mouth. Is the Carmen play Spanish? I'm pretty sure the Carmen plays Spanish. Yes. Ooh. I was a little bit concerned. I'm like, wait. Not as romantic as French? Listen here, thing. Listen. My parents are Chinese. How romantic do you think I am? It's a joke. It's a joke, but it's actually really true though. Like my background is Chinese. How romantic do you think I'm capable of being? German sounds like constant abuse. Oh no. Like real talk. We're talking about cultural awareness now, right? We're talking about cultural awareness. How romantic do you think having a Chinese background is? I'm kind of curious what the stereotypes are from like outside. Jap. How romantic do you think Japanese people are? Maybe I would believe you if you said Korean. Like Korean entertainment gives you the idea that Koreans are overly dramatic and whatnot, but I don't think it it tracks for Chinese and Japanese portrayal. Not to be nationalistic, but Italian is ranked the most romantic language in the world. Oh, interesting. Introverts can also be romantic. Yeah, with ourselves. I'm kidding. I am. Somehow that would make for a great punchline in a stand-up comedian act. Like, yeah, introverts can also be romantic. Yeah, with ourselves. Like, like we're always romantic. Every time I tell myself, every time I tell that guy to stop being an idiot, I look in the mirror. Romantic. So, we're very, introverts are very, very interactive people. They wake up and they have a conversation with themselves. It's like, hey, you look kind of stressed today. Do you want a cookie? And then you go to the a fridge to get a cookie and you realize you don't like making cookies. If only there was someone else, you know? Just say enable IO stream and everyone will bust out laughing. Oh boy. No. Hear me out. I got an even topical punchline. And thank you in advance to if you know who I'm referring to. But nah, I just end my EXE. You know? Just start a alternative EXE. Out, right? Just execute MAKU 2. Piece of cake. You know? Who needs to be introverted when you can makeshift clone yourself using your pattern and data set to create your a facsimile of yourself in a large language model with the deepfake rig. You know? Yeah. MAKU EXE stops responding. Hats off to who you think I know. You know, I would love, for the record, this guy that I'm talking about, there are very similar behavioral nuances between the two of us, but he's in an entirely different like subject matter and context. And I would say if you're already listening to him and you like what he does, I wouldn't be surprised that the people that I'm speaking to now are aware of his content. He's a very I really enjoy how he makes, you know, his content while also having a personality that can be genuinely very functional, right? So if you already know who he is, I'm not surprised. So he's my long lost twin? Nah, my voice is like so much more whinier than his. I didn't go through that. Hey, you know, you guys, suddenly, you know, I just hit puberty and I dropped like 14-year low octave. I don't have a low octave voice, and you know, I'm kidding. And also, you gotta admit, how can I challenge that hair? Come on. And low key, he can do things drawing on a mouse. Like, I can't do that. I pull out the pen every time I have to write on the screen, but he prefers to use a mouse. That's exceptional. Incredibly exceptional. And also he's able to command like a larger audience, right? So not quite the long lost twin. I totally vibe with the guy. I can't believe I'm saying that. It would be really, really fun to tease his mind about how he leverages his pragmatic skills with behavioral psychology when it comes to evaluating security risks from his professional background, because he was an offensive officer at some point. Pretty neat. I really like his background. In case anyone watches this later, I'm referring to Thor. So I can't even compete with his name either. Like, imagine. What's your name? It's Thor. You mean like the God of Thunder? No, like me, Thor. No, not Putin. Wow, that you went somewhere else. You definitely went somewhere else with that one. Oops. I'm Japanese. We're still in Japanese. Okay. We're definitely going now. We're definitely going now. I had you in the first half. Yeah, we're talking about pirate software. I think the guy, what impresses me is not necessarily what he's demonstrating, is his demeanor and his behavioralism. Absolutely find it incredibly refreshing in the world, in the type of algorithm based content nowadays. There are others. Like I'll throw a few names out there if you're ever interested. I don't think I'm all that dissimilar to Carnage and Maximilian Dude when it comes to. I don't do topical things. However, I believe those two do have topical things, and those topical things they manage in a different sphere that I can't possibly comprehend at the moment because I have no first-hand experience. However, in terms of like relative age and experience, probably. But they're both family. They're both family men, so they got me in spades on that, which very much is reflected in how they handle their public perceptions. Maybe one day. Oops, that's not what I wanted to type. Yeah. Thor does programming stuff, so that's kind of neat. I default to Thor for all the peeps out there who are interested in computer software engineering and wanted a potential resonating persona. Not necessarily that he is a persona, but a persona through parasocial relationships. That person is a wonderful balance. Yeah, Thor does programming. Although he does video game. Like I actually don't know what kind of programming because I'm like a pep. Like I don't I'm if it's not Python, I don't know what he's doing. But he is making a game. So he tends to do that balance of community interaction while also giving very motivational messages in his own way. Obviously, the words we choose to use, our background, are very, very different contextually. However, the underlying message and the demeanor and diction is very reflective of someone that I find would be an excellent friend. My friends are very much like talking and listening to Thor. Oh, and Max pretty much too. Although my friends do not have children. Perhaps they would entertain the prospect, but anyways. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Obviously there are lots of other content creators that are wonderful in their own way. I only have so much time to try to understand what is it that drives them and motivate them. Those guys though, more like the random person dropping by and telling me that I should pay attention to them. That's probably my exposure to them. Like someone say, "Hey, did you see this? Insert name, popular streamer, 1 million subscribers, did this, did this, the last 5 minutes." And I'm like, okay, I'll take a look in this evening and check it out. And then that's how I gathered a lot of information, like a dilettante, like I'm a weeb, ish, for like topical streamers and not. Like I know a lot of names, but I don't actually intimately know any of them, even parasocially, like what their professional backgrounds and stuff are, with a few exceptions, and I've already mentioned them a couple of times. Other than that, Hank Green and John Green probably. I make time for that. Okay. Right. The heck? Oh, that's fine. What do you watch, by the way? This looks like flashcards? Yeah, SRS. This is the SRS thing. Oh, wait. When you said you're looking for something like this, I've made a false presumption about your question earlier. Are you familiar with Anki? I've made a leap of logic here. When you asked if there was something else like this, I was kind of thinking you might have been familiar with SRS. Oh, you am, but it's boring. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, it can be boring. Totally understand. Now, hear me out. Would you want to do something more dynamic while talking about the meaning of life in tandem? Because I think this is about all I can manage while talking about the meaning of life and all that it is in our universe while trying to do this. You know? I mean, you need SRs out of the way, but I'm looking for an interactive way of learning language. An interactive way of learning language. Have you met or started dating a German person? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That certainly would be a very interactive way of learning a language. I think I'm testing how facetious I'm able to be right now. Maybe we're a little too unhinged. I'll reel it back a little. Professional courtesy. You are also planning to create your own language learning platform in the future when you're a polyglot? Oh. No, you have zero dating life? There's a prospect. You could develop and learn. Oh no. Oh no. Now we're getting into some weird territory. Well, I look forward to hearing about your learning platform, your language learning platform. I am not very incentivized to sell any form of product or like create any form of project legacy thing at the moment. But I will most certainly be one. I would most certainly love to be a person who can test it, I suppose. I am always open to experiencing the magic and the contribution of other people's work. Oh, oh. I used the wrong. I don't want to talk about it. I was thinking of what I was saying last, what I just said. And count you in? I see. You want to revolutionize language learning because you have struggled for 6 years to learn German. You have been learning German that long? Dang. Dedication. I appreciate that. That must come with a lot of experience. Very bold words as well. I don't have aspirations, unfortunately. Maybe hmm. I'm thinking if I have any aspirations. I like enabling people. So what did I, how did I mess this up? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I see. Oops. You haven't been learning seriously. It's just that you have been here for 6 years. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I mistyped. That's a typo. That's fine. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't type. It's a typo. Oh, double T's, my keyboard. You're going to make an app which encourages people to become polyglots. It is like the one for all course from My Hero Academia. It keeps on stacking on top of each other. Sounds fair enough. It'll be interesting to see what that looks like from the perspective of a polyglot. There has certainly been precedence for that type of thing now, like Link. What am I doing? You can imagine yourself in the future and telling people that I will give them money if I can't speak their language. Yeah, you're practically a content creator at this point. You're 30? Interesting. Why interesting? I don't know. There's just a lot. A lot. It's incredibly ambitious. Incredibly ambitious. It's very youthful. I was already far more I had far more sobering aspirations by personally. I had far more sobering aspirations but at the age of 30. I like it though. I like it. You're very young at heart. You were never into learning languages except for Japanese because of anime, but recently developed new ambitions and aspirations. I see. So, did you stop with Japanese? It's because you haven't achieved much in life at this point. I want to do something that makes people remember you for a long time. Yeah, yeah, very young, youthful. It's nice. I hope you find that. Yeah, I really do hope you find that. You certainly won't get any resistance from me. I'm not a get off my lawn kid boomer yet. So if I had any personal takes, when I hear that, it makes me want to ask you a lot of questions. But then it also conflicts with my idea that maybe it's best just to see it happen. You know? These things take time, right? You're 30, but you don't have a girlfriend or wife, so maybe? Yeah, yeah. I'm 37. I don't have a girlfriend or wife either. Although I'm secretly an LLM, so sorry for the spoiler. You gonna ask me questions if I want. It takes a while to develop those questions because your comments were very sweeping. They were incredibly broad, so it takes a while for me to think of one. Maybe we'll develop those questions over time. It takes a time to process. If it was like a very specific thing, I would probably have more, like the questions would be developed a little bit a little bit quicker. However, the stuff that you said was incredibly sweeping, right? Like the qualifications of a polyglot, the ramifications and inverse relationships between encouraging people to be polyglot versus encouraging people to want to learn a language. There's compromises in that, and then there's also a compromise between the interactivity of an app design versus the passive and active participation of people. So the things you're saying are there are lots of things that can produce interference with each other. So like they're not mutually harmonious, the things you're saying. Like creating an app in which it encourages people to be polyglot, but at the same time it keeps stacking on top of each other. Like laddering, ladder language laddering. Those two things can have there are a lot of inversely opposing compromises for someone who want to treat language as a stacking effect versus someone who wants to become a polyglot. From my personal perspective, they're at odds with each other for myself, at least in my position. And then and the idea of being a polyglot enables you to somehow understand how to engage people to become a polyglot and be a tough psychological detachment in the future, depending on how long you're going to do that. Stacking on top of each other would be by producing polyglots who further use the platform as a community to produce more polyglots. Yeah, that doesn't generally happen, in my opinion. That's unfortunate. Like the last time this type of ideology has happened was If we continue to encourage people to get a college education, it would encourage others to get a college education. Or like if you churn out PhDs, you would encourage those PhDs would stay in the field to encourage other more PhD candidates. I still think where there's a, going back to your willpower thing, where there's a will, there's a way, hopefully. That's largely why I said it takes me a little time to process what would be some relevant questions and things to ask, because it's not necessarily a gamble, but possibly also the limitations of experience at this point, at the moment. So I prefer to do a wait and see thing. I don't like spreading FOMO or like nihilism and whatnot. Largely, sometimes when you think too deeply into your aspirations, it can be very defeating. So I didn't want to go towards that at any time. It would help languages to survive in the future. That's an interesting thought. By survive, do you mean from a preservational standpoint? Because languages survive by changing. You're going to bed? Take care, Mattia. It's always nice to have your company, you know? Feel free, join in if you have any other philosophical questions or philosophical takes. I would love to hear your philosophical takes on these conversations. I'm all ears. I may not even say anything if you were saying, like, hear me out. Let me lay out my philosophical take. Anyways, sleep well. Oyasumi nasai, Mattia. Ciao. Survive as in still being spoken by a considerable number of people. In what form? Sometimes when people talk about surviving in a language, right? Actually, a lot of times, the surviving language, when it comes from the perspective of a polyglot, perhaps, or a linguist, is the preservation of that language, as opposed to the teaching and the learning of whatever the state of the language it is now. So one interesting thing that happens a lot of times when you're promoting language learning, especially multiple language learning, is that the language itself will start to change on its own. So having a system that promotes people to be polyglots might actually be a system that would probably phase out distinctive languages. It is predicted that most languages like German are not going to survive in the future. Yeah, so what would be constituted as German will continue to survive from a non-polyglot standpoint. Like from myself, from a multicultural and multilingual person, languages become something else. So their survival is whatever they become. Like Old English is not Old English anymore. Mid-century English is not so much this century English anymore. Dialects also come and go and influence each other. It's interesting. It's interesting philosophy. When people who have the goal of speaking lots of languages would end up leading to a reality in which those languages get preserved because they speak a lot of languages. I actually think they tend to meld together. Maybe not. Maybe that's my inexperience. That might be my inexperience. Also, probably another question that I would probably concern myself with is what languages? Which languages? Do you start with a preservational approach and go for the languages that are endangered per se, that would conflict with the pragmatic aspect of trying to get people to learn languages in the first place, because it's ignoring the cultural significance of you learning those languages in the first place. Yes, the more languages you speak, the thinner the line gets, and you start to forget differences and create a unique language. Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, these are the things that I have recently thought about. It's a tough one. Um, you have this inherent trade-off. Inherent trade-off. It'd be interesting. I haven't really thought about asking. I don't know any polyglots, so um, in that nature. I haven't asked them what they thought about the trade-offs of humans, the human tendency to uh, assimilate different languages in one, or a concerted effort to differentiate them, as because a concerted effort to differentiate them, it also does not appeal to a language app that tries to get you to learn more than one language. Largely, like for myself, the aid or the leverage that I have is to leverage all my existing languages to learn a new language. The alternative perspective is you are expecting that people would be attracted to compartmentalizing and preserving the languages without having them interact with each other, because that would naturally create an environment that they would be more focused on compartmentalizing and differentiating the languages. Like for myself, Japanese and Chinese are intertwined. The reason why I'm interested in Chinese and Japanese are because they are related to each other. So it can be very tough when your original philosophy is to encourage people to learn a lot of languages and be interested in a lot of languages in which your goal is to preserve languages that are endangered. Languages that are endangered are naturally going to attract less enthusiasm in the cultural space. Influential languages are the ones that are not endangered, and they tend to also hold a very large, disproportionate cultural impact. So when you release an app that is predicated on endangered endangered languages, that can present a very big a potential conflict of interest of design and philosophy. Maybe using language as a form of currency in the future. Ooh, that's interesting. Uh, that's also objectifying a subjective form of expression, and that can be a little tough, right? One of the current symptoms of objectifying a form of expression is YouTube and Twitch, and you can kind of see the consequences of objectifying a form of expression, like AI art, or how many viewers you have equates to the value of yourself as a profession, like as a content creator, or what your art looks like is the value of your art is based on the popularity of your art. That can be a little a little tightrope here when it comes to using language as a form of currency. It makes a form of subjective expression quantifiable, and I think we have a lot of examples of that already. Likes and dislike ratio, viewer retention, viewer counts, that kind of thing, with even more like arguably more nebulous, flexible forms of expression. And then we break it down to language. Japanese I already feel that Japanese is already hyper objectified already. Like someone would say something like, I know 1000 kanji and you know less than me, so I'm a better Japanese speaker. Not that speaking has anything to do with the connection with Japanese, the extent of one's Japanese kanji. But yeah, that's also a very interesting way of going about it. I'm sounding like a party pooper. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like a party pooper. Um, I have very sobering thoughts a lot of times when it comes to ambition. Or instead being used as a sport, like a contest, so more people learn a language to be more competitive. Um, Call of Duty. Sing. Call of Duty. So the chances when I think about that, I think about polyglots turning into Call of Duty players. That's already happening, by the way. How someone comes to me and says they list, I know some 8 languages. Like this person would say, I know 8 languages. You know 2, so I'm more qualified than you. Actually, here's a real example. Someone said that they learned 3 languages and they only heard me speak English. So by default, they think they're more qualified in telling me how I should learn a language than myself. And that happens too. How would I relate this to Call of Duty? My KDA ratio is better than yours, so you have to listen to my calls because my KDA ratio is better. Yeah, competitive process. Tough. Art is a different example, which doesn't have necessarily a competitive process. However, the one that caused art to be slightly a competitive process is probably like likes and dislike ratios. However, in general, there's no more like an open world RPG. Open world RPGs tend not to be competitive in that nature. There are far more nebulous metrics for open world RPGs than there are for saying how many languages you learn. Although open world RPGs are not exception of toxic relations as a form of expression. Open world RPGs are not immune to toxicity. Somewhat like Sword Art Online style open world, yeah, no, not free of brewing statistics, toxic interactions. Yeah. Like right now, my question is, does making learning language a competitive process go against at the moment the incentives of the cultural motivations to learn another language? I think right now the prevailing encouragement, like if I had to, I'm gonna take a conservative poll. The motivation in someone's ability to tackle language learning, especially acquiring the second language, or the third language, is often through cultural means. So I would like to think that a response for a app that's designed to promote polyglottism is probably predicated on instigating and topically referencing the cultural sentimental investment. So like anime and manga would be Japanese, right? China could be Journey to the West or the Three Kingdoms, and so on and so forth. I think the most positive force in terms of motivation has often came from a source of cultural interest, as opposed to viewing language as a form of metric for one's intellectual capacity. So that can be a little tough too, because the internet moves like, I don't know, like a kid that just downed 6 5-hour energies. You know, like a kid that just chugged 6 monsters, right? Monsters or Red Bulls or something. So, I can imagine a platform in which, in order to use, which by the way, you might be thinking, nah, no language platform does that, right? To attract people based on that so that they can get started on the language learning journey. Well, what app do you think I'm referring to right now when I say they use topical things like collaborating with Netflix and stuff to have exposure to incentivize starting their language learning journey and then allow their product to be a first step and a source of ridicule in order to raise to lower the barrier to the entry of language learning before they go on to decide if they want to specialize in that language. Lingoda? What the heck is Lingoda? I'm talking about Duolingo here. Visit Duolingo's channel. Duolingo doesn't do like blatant open advertisements. They specifically do topical media to create the exposure for people to be interested in learning language. So even regardless of the quality, quote unquote, the questionable quality, like most people discover later, because it's a beginner's, right? It's a beginner's language app, and not a real language learning app, apparently. That doesn't stop them from like one controversy suddenly causing a disproportionate explosion of the usage of Duolingo. For example, recently with Mandarin. So, in order to achieve that type of nature, Duolingo has done the one thing that causes retention and motivation. They generate motivation. Duolingo channel looks like a K-pop band channel. Yeah, basically. For now, because it's a Squid Game. Yeah, Netflix. The Duolingo crew owes so much to the writers because when you see that, it's viral. And you see that, it's like, oh wait, if I want to watch Squid Game, I could at least learn a couple phrases in Korean. So that's what Duolingo does well. I'm highlighting what Duolingo does well. There are so many things Duolingo doesn't do, which means that by default, it doesn't do well because it doesn't have those things, right? However, it is a platform with almost an absurd expectation of polyglotism. And yet at the same time, the motivation didn't start by saying I wanted to be a polyglot. It started by saying I'm interested in this thing, this culture. I want to be topical. I want to watch Squid Game and be like, I know this Korean phrase. That is something that must, in my opinion, may have to exist alongside everything else. You're trying to cash in on the attention span of goldfish? Well then, how do you expect that you will be able to... they aren't, by the way. That is a very reductive way of saying that. That's like saying you're trying to cash in on being a polyglot. That is not the mission statement, nor is it a reflection of the CEO and founder and any of the people who write blogs and whatnot for their things. But from an outside perspective, I can kind of see that. Someone who hasn't designed a app yet and know the necessary compromises in order to understand how to compete. You don't cash in on the attention span of goldfish. You compete for the attention span of goldfish. So if you have some sort of misunderstanding, the sobering thought is, if you wanted to create a app that has an overwhelming, produce, revolutionized way of language learning, if you cannot compete with the attention of the span, compete for the attention span of goldfish, then your project no longer has a valid ground to stand on. But their app has become fully about money rather than creating content. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. I can kind of see how you would think that though, so I respect that opinion. I respect that opinion because the things that are important to you happens to probably seem like they're money makers. But understanding where the revenue comes from is not the same. I would not be suggesting the thing. Where do you think actually maybe I'm being a little presumptuous. Where do you think how do you think their app has become fully about money making? Like what do you think the content, like where the money is? Where do you think the money is? The CEO does disclose some of this in interviews. I mean, unless you want to be cynical and say, well, that's the CEO. The CEO can lie professionally at any time they want. It's like, well, that's not true either. But you can be cynical like that. I'll take that type of impression. But where do you think, when you say it's fully about making money rather than creating content? They created a lot of content in 1 year. So I can't even think of where that comment would come from. That sounds like emotional bias. Because their app is designed to make it smooth experience if you buy their subscription. Okay. Sure. And that somehow becomes fully about making money rather than content creation? So are you suggesting that they don't make content that isn't, or providing they don't make content with or without the subscription? I think that's a logical fallacy in my opinion. I'll give your app the benefit of the doubt as well, right? No, I mean they're shifting focus from why they created the app in the first place. I disagree. What do you think, in my opinion, what do you think is their focus when they first created the app? I'm kind of curious. It's good to understand these things. I understand because I get to know your philosophy behind your app in the days that you'll create it, when you create it. So this is my opportunity to make language learning gamified. That is not the intent of the app. It's interesting though. I suppose that is kind of, you could kind of say that it's a consequence of the CEO's vision. It's certainly one of the consequences. I don't think I've ever heard the CEO utter those words, like to gamify language learning. It was the focus of Duolingo. If I had to try to make an analogy, when you come out with your app, I could say the whole point of your app is to make learning language a competitive process. And I think that would be a little bit myopic, knowing that you wanted to encourage polyglotism and the preservation of language. Not sure if that's fair or not. You can say it's unfair. I'm okay with that. I think yes, but the first impression is also important. That's fine. I don't have that. That doesn't change the fact that it's not true. Like, to make language learning gamified is not the mission statement of Duolingo in any published thing. It is a way to get people to learn language. they gamified language learning in order to achieve their focus. One of the ways they use to achieve their focus. I suppose you could see it that way. I wonder how much of that first impression is an echo chamber. I differ. So clearly it's not that. So it was only a means to an end? No, it was not only a means to an end. It's part of a bigger project. Part of a bigger vision. Much like when you release an app and you start with one language. And then someone's like, oh, this language is only monolingual. Like, man, it's a shame they don't support any other languages. And then later you release another language. It's like, oh, hey, now they care about 2 languages, but what about the others? It's an evolving bigger picture. But if, in my opinion, if one cannot professionally give the courtesy to a rival or a competition, it's difficult for me to trust a developer that does not have hubris on their side. Right? It, like, what does that say about your what does that say about the character of a developer if they are able to reduce the vision of many people? It's tough, but I'm being a little bit aggressive here, slightly. One of the visions that that the CEO said, like, maybe a little bit, someone kind of made it sound more like a hot take, is that one of the focuses is to find any means to compete with TikTok. Oftentimes they don't necessarily think of competitions, but the one that the CEO has mentioned a couple of times in an interview is our design is to take people's attention away from TikTok. Now, you could argue, oh, yeah, shifting focus to making money will help you get that. You can imagine that from their social media, yeah. Now that you've looked at it, right? But one of their focus was they understand who their competition are, or at least what they think their competition. This was in an interview by another podcaster. The podcaster asked, like, so what are you going to do? Do you think incorporating AI is going to make you more competitive in the competitive space, right? And the CEO actually did a turnaround face and said, well, you know, when it comes to learning is very unattractive in this day and age. Like, people just don't like learning things. But one thing really stands out as a competition is the entry point. If you don't show up, you don't learn anything. So how do we get people to show up? What is our major focus? We need to get people to show up. And in any guys, we don't think about Babbel as the competition or Rosetta Stone and whatnot as a competition. We think of TikTok as the competition. So, yes, language learning gamified might be quote unquote a way to try to compete, right? So if you're talking about creating a vision for encouraging people to become polyglots as opposed to learning one language, a polyglot is like, the gate is so much bigger, right? If we're talking about motivational investment. So you have to achieve that gate in order to find your app appealing. So what are you going to do about making it more appealing? It's clearly not about gamifying it. I thought those words were brilliant. Like, it hit really different when seeing the hearing the CEO say that. For example, I have a PhD, but that doesn't mean I'm popular, right? The world of standardization for accolades are measured in different currencies now. like you mentioned earlier about currency. Without optics and a means to attack optics, a product is unfortunately going to have to make compromises at the expense of perhaps being misinterpreted by their interactions. But hey, I would love to see that be different in the future. I would really love to see that. Like when you said attention span of goldfish, I would love to see a product that increases the attention span of that would naturally compete with something that is reducing the attention span of youth. I genuinely feel that that would be a wonderful revolutionizing help for learning. Having something that even remotely increases the retention and attention span rate of healthy human beings. I really enjoying this, but it's 6 a.m. Yeah. Do take care. Yeah, I'm gonna be behind today, so thank you for like, I let me know. I would totally love to be a tester in that. That wouldn't be possible, I think, on a phone. I believe in you if you have the aspiration. And I also believe in someone who's able to find a way to do it on the phone. Maybe, right? There are more brilliant people out there than myself, and hopefully you might be one of them. Develop an app that increases people's attention span. Anyways, it's been a pleasure. Obviously no obligation, but good luck with everything, and I would love to hear what becomes of your like bachelors and all that stuff. Right? Thank you again. I really appreciate the company. I would do it, but I have an attention span of goldfish. Ah, we'll have to talk about that in a way. There's no way you have an attention span of a goldfish when you talk to me like for 4 hours. Nonsense. Nonsense. Today's interaction already defeats your premise. that's absolute nonsense. Anyways, good luck. Sleep well. Sleep well. Okay. So, Auf Wiedersehen. Was that the correct one? Okay. Okay. Why am I stuck on this? What do they want? Just... Oh, okay. Okay. I knew that. What were my things? Oh, right. Oops. I don't want to talk about it. Whoops. Right. Not looking for that. Oh, it's nice. There's a buffer for double entry. I accidentally hit enter twice there, so it didn't register twice immediately, which is good. I like that. Oh, right. Right, they want something. Um how do you write this? Very powerful with it's like oh man, that doesn't I was gonna write like with all of one's strength, but let's just try it. Okay, okay. What was it? It's like with all one's strength. As hard as you can. Oh yeah, I guess I can use full power. As hard as you can. Man, why don't I just think about that? Got bought by the umbrella. Whoops. Wait. Oh yeah. Wait. I didn't have any lessons today? Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh no. Well, I guess that's pretty poetic. I could have squeezed in my review today. It's not today. Today is not the peak day. It's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Man, I really thought today was the day. Well, I guess that's a pleasant surprise. What does that mean for tomorrow? What do I plan tomorrow? How'd I screw this up? Oh, that was a typo. So these both are typos. That's fine. Wait, this is not a typo. Was it? Oh, I put say instead of Jean. I don't know why I typed say, actually. Fine. Actually, tomorrow. It's not today. Well, that's not too bad. I'll try to sleep early and try to get the... I could cheat and start really early tomorrow and then wait for the following day to stack up to 160. Oh no. Okay. Well, I certainly didn't do a lot of we still did our 0-0, right? Now I don't know if I'm gonna push off 2 days. Today I found out I looked at what I needed to do for a Like a Dragon playthrough, and turns out I don't need to do a lot. Everything's already set. I didn't realize I played that much, so I need a week for the Like a Dragon thing. Well, we have 2 weeks left. A little over 2 weeks left. So maybe I'll push it another day. I was having way too much fun with the discussions. I really wanted to make it a little bit more about language learning next time, but it's topical. All right, so let's go over this and then... So fascinating. I really want to know what that looks like. A language app that leverages the sentimentalism, of cultural interest and at the same time emphasize the preservation of language. Some part of me suggests that a thing doesn't exist, not necessarily because there hasn't been people who tried, right? At the same time, I don't think that's an excuse for not trying. And that's probably one of the parts that I was being very conservative about. I don't want to be discouraging in being realistic. I think it takes a very ambitious, youthful, maybe even foolhardily ignorant person to achieve something that I can't possibly imagine at the moment. But it's very difficult to think that the attraction of so many things to rival that of doom scrolling right now. One day. I feel like Duolingo tends to be a very easy target, but at the same time, like, what is the low-hanging fruit in front of everyone? Doom scrolling. I derived so much more, in my opinion, you know, as an anecdotal thing, I derived so much dopamine and satisfaction from engaging in long conversations with even one person in my day, and can mean the world to my outlook and perspective in the future. And yet I could kind of see spending all 5 or 4 of those hours doom scrolling the same thing, and be okay with that, right? So honestly, to echo some of the funny conversations about being unique, I think having a discussion online publicly with someone makes you already, like, I would even double down and say it probably makes you far more in the day and age we live in, because I would say at least, what are the numbers like now? 30 million? At least 30 million people aren't doing that, probably at this very moment. That's pretty sweet. Like, sweet in the sense that it still exists. Maybe a little bit sobering whenever I think about it in that terms, right? I hope I didn't offend anyone, but you don't have to always strive to be unique, right? There is a lot of consistency. Sing per shows a very strong counter argument using sports, right? Sports and consistency. Consistency reduces uniqueness, right? It makes it predictable, and that's an excellent point. While there are times we strive for uniqueness, although I was thinking about language learning at the time, because language is a form of expression, in my opinion, there are obligations as well, right? Food wouldn't be consistently safe if it was embracing uniqueness, full stop, right? Yet the culinary arts have made room for food exploration within a foundation of consistent prediction, right? Like, do not consume rotten meats, that kind of thing. So it's one in a lot of things, but it's a balancing act. It's a really interesting balancing act. I think one of the consequences of learning a lot of languages is oftentimes, and it's illustrated in people who have different vision, is that they're often a portrayal of favoritism when you learn more than one language, especially when they focus on preservation. And I don't know if that goes against something or go against Sig's vision in the future. For me, it's a very personal thing. I learn a lot of languages because they bring all my languages together. The last thing I want to emphasize is how they're different. And that can be a little bit of form of the opposite take. I like Japanese and Chinese because they're related. And I like how English is a pivotal part in the bridging language of most languages. I'm an English speaker, so English has become the bridge to so many languages. Inherently creating a product that emphasizes languages that don't leverage a lot of lots of influence nor cultural relevance, that is a unicorn in the making. And unicorns are majestic. They're very excellent to look at and almost fictional, rather, right? However, making a product like that work in this day and age is nearly conceptually unfathomable to me. Like, how do you do that? Well, certainly it will start with needing to make money first. And what's even more like daunting, when I was hearing the person Sing mentioning that Duolingo appears to only shift their focus to making money. Trying to imagine a product that appeals to polyglots, that means that your audience is incredibly small. And at the same time, you're trying to make a sustainable product that has enough appeal and influence to leverage for world appeal. That is, in my opinion, sometimes coming from an incredibly naive perspective, but then it could be possible. You could have something like an angel investor, right? That could happen, but I actually think a product like that would require an angel investor, someone who gives money with no strings attached. And a product like that will burn money. It will burn money not even fast enough for it to make. So it can be really tough. One of those things that it sounds too good to be true. And thinking about it is like, if that were possible, it's a very questionable thing why such a product does not exist yet. Not that it can't exist. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think a product like Duolingo can exist without their awareness and trade-offs in trying to compete for attention. And Duolingo is no shy of using their metrics to understand that. So there is a reason why certain languages do not have higher support and rollover in content creation than others. It's funny to say that if more people subscribe based on their usage, then that money funnels into that, right? So when you're thinking about a polyglot thing with the focus on preserving languages that are possibly dying or lower in influence, where are you going to get the money to support that? Angel investors or disproportionately more wealthier people. That whole idea of focusing on money making, it's not the whole picture. Now it does involve money making though. Duolingo's CEO have disclosed some things about money making. However, it's not even in the realm of the same context as making an experience smoother, but not mandatory. Hey, Zhao, long time no see. 好久不见，好久不见。你再见干什么？什么干？什么办？什么干？干什么？ I don't actually know how to use that. Yeah, what have you been doing lately? Let me finish up this thing. I'm really late today. We're already over our time budget. It was some really interesting conversations today. Okay. Man, measurement, origin, whole, leader, foreheads, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, thread, ear, insect, flowers, sea, red, R, shellfish, foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, pie, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horns, spikes. Graduate class took me so many times to busy on study and research. Graduate class takes you so many time to learn. I see. Are you working on is this like a particularly busy thing you're doing right now? Or is it usually this way? I can imagine graduate class to be. I kind of miss it whenever. What are you doing right now? Is there anything that is particularly exciting that you're doing? That you're really invested right now? Okay, well, let's do reads. Did we miss any reads today? No, we didn't. Not these reads anyway. So kyo and ko. Kyo, ko. Go. Da. Da. Oops. Kori. Kori. Mo. Sen. Mei. Nen. So. Yaku. Cho. Ho. Seki. Not busy, but it's hard. Playing games? Okay, what have you been playing, Joe? What have you been playing? I'm waiting for Gecko to tell me about Civilization. I think Civilization is coming out this week, and or have already came out. Civ 7. Oh, it's not out yet. It's next week. It's exactly 1 week from. I saw the embargo lifted on their on reviews for it. Okay, and then what did I mess up again? We had Eugene. Eugene. The heck? Oh, yeah, typo. I remember the typo. I think I wrote machi. Yeah, mochi. Oh, mochiru. Right. That's it. Today I basically spent 5 hours talking about random things. And then 30 minutes of lessons. I really thought this was gonna unlock like so it's tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna suck it up tomorrow, go to bed early today, and do my Chinese Duolingo review tomorrow. Like to finish it up. Because we gotta get to playing some video games. I'm still I have a week. I have one extra week right now. Okay, that's it. Hopefully hopefully people find this interesting. I'm sorry guys. Whoever is like following along or just chilling or checking in. Warning. I mean, this doesn't make any sense actually because they wouldn't find this warning. It's at the end of the video. So we kind of just spent the first 5 hours chatting about lots of interesting principles. It got a little wild into philosophy. I kind of drew the line at philosophy. Too long. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Tomorrow is the peak day, not today. So tomorrow at 7 or 8, I might actually get on early tomorrow to do whatever these 3, 6, and 7 is. I don't know what this 80 is. It's probably, oh well, it could be this 31. How many are there? 36? No, it's got to be in this cluster, right? I didn't like leave 4 out all of a sudden. Maybe at least one, just one would be left out. So it's got to be a group of yeah, it's got to be a group of 30 35, which the only number could be here. So maybe we'll skip on that upgrade day. I'll get up early tomorrow. I'm gonna try anyways. It'll be a short and abbreviated WaniKani. Alright folks, there you have it. If you dare, I guess if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? I hope some of the discussions are very interesting. I do enjoy having interesting discussions. Happy dollars for everyone, folks. So I'm gonna get up, walk around and stretch. For Japanese and WaniKani enthusiasts. 皆さん、またね。じゃあね。I'll be back for Hanzahiro. Thank you, thank you.